Chapter 478. There were 20 to 30 people on the streets in front and behind them. All of them had a combat power of over 5,000, and 2 of them had a combat power of over 7,000. Each of them had a serious expression on their faces. Some took out umbrellas that were emitting flames, some held swords that were overflowing with cold air, some held sabers, some held spears, and all of them stared at Huayro Muyu and Suyin. Huayro Muyu suddenly turned her gaze and stared at Yi Maxian. Xiao Yin and the other servants were all controlled. Yi Maxian sneered and walked towards the 2 of them step by step. "You found these people?" she said coldly. "Yes." Yi Maxian didn't hesitate and said directly, "Where's housekeeper Mu?" "Dead." "You killed him?" "The old man refused to cooperate with me, so I had no choice but to use some forceful methods. Right now, the power of the entire Huayro family in Beizhou City is under my control. I am the heavens here." Yi Maxian smiled and said, "I used 100 million profound coins to anonymously issue a bounty for your life from the underground black market. These people are all desperados who don't care about their lives for profound coins. Huayro Muyu, just accept your fate." 100 million profound coins? Huayro Muyu was stunned and cried out, "With so many profound coins, doesn't that mean the funds of Beizhou City?" "That's right, I've already adjusted them all. The people I sent to housekeeper Mu are actually my people. Before you guys came to Beizhou, I had already arranged everything here." Yi Maxian lightly shrugged his shoulders, his expression becoming more and more complacent. So he had already meticulously prepared this matter. "You arranged for Gu Gongxian from before, right?" At this moment, Suyin opened his mouth and said coldly, "I used him to lure away all the guards around Muyu so that your plan could succeed." "Ha, that's right." All of this was within young Master Ye's calculations. Without the guards, it would be even easier to capture Miss Huayro. You definitely wouldn't have thought that I was actually cooperating with young Master Yi. And even more so, young Master Yi found a real person to carry out this plan. Even if you test me, it's useless because I am indeed from the Gu family. At this moment, a voice floated out from the crowd. Suyin looked over and saw that it was Gu Gongxian who had left earlier. "Gu Gongxian?" Huayro Muyu frowned. "Where are my people?" "They're all sleeping. With a little trick, they'll obediently lie down." Gu Gongxian chuckled. A trace of killing intent flashed past Huayro Muyu's eyes as she coldly stared at the fatty. "Is your Gu family planning to become enemies with my Huayro family? How could this be?" Gu Gongxian said with a face full of surprise, "I'm doing this to build a stronger friendship with the Huayro family. Just think about it. After today, the master of the Huayro family will be young Master Yi. How could I, Gu Gongxian, be the enemy of the Huayro family? Oh, that's not right. Perhaps after today, the Huayro family will change their surname to Yi." Gu Gongxian laughed nonstop, the fat on his body trembling like waves. "Yi family?" Huayro Muyu stared at Yi Maxian, only to see him take 3 steps forward and stand not far from Huayro Muyu. He said coldly, "Give me the Sacred Heart." "Did you do so much for the Sacred Heart?" Huayro Muyu asked softly. "Do you think there's anything else I care about besides this? What do you want this for? To avenge your Yi family?" "Revenge?" Yi Maxian was stunned for a moment, then he laughed out loud. "Ha ha! How is that possible? Revenge? I don't even know who destroyed my Yi family. How can I take revenge? What's more, I don't plan to take revenge." He stopped laughing and said with a sinister expression, "Besides, what can I do after taking revenge? Can everything start over? Of course not. Rather than that, it will be better to rebuild the Yi family. With a peerless divine object like the Sacred Heart, I can threaten Huayro Gong and make him obediently give up the throne of the patriarch. This kind of divine object is enough to destroy the Huayro family. If he doesn't want to, I'll just let the Huayro family become history." So this was what he was planning. That's right. If he really wanted revenge, why would he use such a method? Father will be very sad if he knows. He has always treated you as his own son. Huayro Muyu said in a low voice. "But the Huayro family doesn't recognize me as young Master Yi. Moreover, Huayro Gong is just pretending to be kind and righteous." Yi Maxian said coldly, "I can't stand his hypocrisy anymore. I can't stand the ugly faces of your Huayro family. so I'm going to replace him. Obtaining the Sacred Heart is only my first plan. Huayro Muyu, if you are willing to obediently hand over this treasure, I promise I won't kill you. His gaze swept across Muyu's body, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. She is my sister after all. This beauty is not something an ordinary female cultivator can compare to. If I kill her, it would be a pity. All right, my sister, time is of the essence. Obediently take out the thing. I know it's on you. If you don't hand it over, I'll have to do it myself. If you do anything rash, I'll kill myself. As long as I don't say anything, I guarantee you'll never get that treasure. Huayro Muyu didn't panic and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Yi Mo Xian frowned. Although he and Huayro Muyu weren't blood-related siblings, he still knew a bit about her. This woman was someone who would do as she said. Then, you don't plan to hand it over? Yi Mo Xian said in a deep voice. He didn't want to drag this on for too long. He had only used the power of the Huayro family to temporarily seal the surroundings of the Huayro residence. If it was sealed for too long, it would only arouse suspicion. Once the matter here spread, it would affect his control of the Huayro family in the future. Huayro Muyu didn't say anything and lowered her head in thought. I say, Miss Huayro, what are you still thinking about? Hurry up and hand it over, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Gu Gongshan shouted. Huayro Muyu snorted, her eyes filled with cold intent. Suddenly, she extended out her exquisite jade-like hands and started flipping them. In the next moment, a sparkling and translucent star-like necklace appeared in her palms. The necklace was extremely beautiful, with a large number of stars flickering on its surface, and in the center of the necklace was a long red line. Sacred Heart. Yi Mo Xian was immediately excited and was about to step forward. But before he could take 2 steps, Huayro Muyu's cold voice came out. Yi Mo Xian, if you want to die, then come over. I have the Sacred Heart. It's easy to kill you. But you don't dare. Yi Mo Xian laughed. He was already prepared. Huayro Muyu also knew that he was prepared. Otherwise, she would have already used the Sacred Heart to kill this person. However, she didn't know what methods Yi Mo Xian had. Yi Mo Xian chuckled. Do you still remember Huayro Gong's serious illness not long ago? Actually, I was the one who ordered that curse. My goal wasn't to make Huayro Gong seriously ill, but to establish a lifeline connection with him. Now that Huayro Gong and I are connected, if I die, I'm afraid your father's life will be lost. Huayro Muyu, if you are willing to hand over the Huayro family, I will take the Sacred Heart to negotiate with Huayro Gong. When he is willing to hand over the Huayro family to me, I will remove the connection with him. Actually, I know that Huayro Gong doesn't care about his own life, but with the Sacred Heart threatening the lives of the Huayro family, he has no choice but to care. Use your father's life to take your treasure, and then use your treasure to take down the entire Huayro family. Am I very smart, my sister? The more Yi Mo Xian laughed, the happier he became, as if everything had been done. It seems like you've been planning for the Huayro family for a long time. Huayro Muyu said in a low voice. If I'm not prepared, how would I dare to act? Isn't being a businessman supposed to be bold, careful, and well-prepared? However, I won't give you the Sacred Heart. Huayro Muyu said solemnly. If you harm my father, I will use it to kill you. After saying that, Huayro Muyu quickly hung the Sacred Heart around her neck. With a flip of her hand, 2 purple orchid patterns appeared in her palm. She pushed her palm forward and the patterns flew out, turning into 2 huge orchid shields, blocking in front of the 2 of them. Huayro Muyu shouted, "Let's go." She pulled Su Yun and quickly flew into the sky. Right now, Huayro Muyu had no other choice but to escape. Once she compromised, the entire Huayro family would die. If she killed Yi Mo Xian, her father would die. Escaping was the best choice. After all, the Sacred Heart was still in her hands, so Yi Mo Xian wouldn't recklessly attack Huayro Gong. Huayro Muyu, do you think you can escape? Yi Mo Xian sneered, then waved his hand and said, Whoever can capture Huayro Muyu alive, the 100 million profound coins will belong to that person. As soon as he said that, The surrounding spirit cultivators were ignited. Everyone seemed to be boiling with excitement as they all roared in alarm and rushed towards Huayro Muyu. Capture Huayro Muyu alive. Capture Huayro Muyu alive. Huayro Muyu, don't leave. The roars continued, and a dazzling array of spells rained down on the two of them. The orchid shield that was revolving around Huayro Muyu immediately trembled when it was attacked, and a moment later, it shattered. Oh no! Huayro Muyu turned pale with fright and hurriedly urged her magic treasure again. She didn't expect these spirit cultivators to be so powerful that they could shatter her magic treasure so quickly. But it was too late to rush her now. At this critical moment, a light blue barrier suddenly enveloped her body. Clang, 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 clang. The profound skills that were like raindrops smashed onto the barrier like stones sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all, and all of them were blocked. Huayro Muyu was stunned, and then suddenly realized this was Su Yun's imperial equipment. Let's go. Su Yun held the imperial equipment flag in one hand and formed a sword art with the other. He shouted at Huayro Muyu, who was still in a daze, "Hold me tight." The situation was urgent, so Huayro Muyu didn't have the time to think. She immediately stretched out her hands and hugged Su Yun tightly. Su Yun raised his finger, and the sword sheath on his back immediately started to tremble. Following that, with a so sound, a large number of flying swords flew out. Like a torrent, they rushed out of the sword sheath and collided with the spirit cultivator-s from all directions. Such a dense number of flying swords made many spirit cultivators tremble in fear. Some of them subconsciously dodged, causing a gap to appear in the dense encirclement. Su Yun forcefully supported his imperial equipment and directly broke out of the encirclement, quickly rushing out of the Beizhou city. This Su Yun has gone against me time and time again. When I capture you, I will definitely extract your soul and refine it. I want you to die a horrible death. Yimo Xian stared at Su Yun in the sky and shouted coldly, "Chase. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, chase him back. Chase." Many experts roared and rushed towards Su Yun. Chapter 479. Although I know that Yimo Xian has ulterior motives toward the Sacred Heart, I never thought that he would even harm his father. This person is really heartless. I remember that when the Yi family was destroyed, if it wasn't for my father, he would have been killed by the Yi family's enemies long ago. How could he have the luxurious clothes he has today, the wealth he has, and the cultivation he has? High up in the sky, Huayro Muyu said expressionlessly. Her snow-white fists were clenched tightly. One could imagine her current mood. This was not an ordinary betrayal, but repaying kindness with enmity. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's think about how to safely get rid of the pursuers behind us. Su Yun said while panting. Every time the 7th-tier Imperial equipment suffered an attack, it consumed his profound energy. With so many spirit cultivators constantly attacking him, how could he endure it? These guys were not as weak as Feng Maqiang's group. They were a group of desperados, ruthless and powerful. Do you have any defensive magic treasure? Su Yun asked. Huayro Muyu thought for a moment, then lightly pointed her finger in the air, and a gray circle appeared in front of her. I can't use the Sacred Heart for now. If I use it, Yimo Xian will definitely kill my father. I can't use it to kill him either, so I can only rely on other magic treasures. You don't have to worry. If you don't use the Sacred Heart, then don't use it. In any case, as long as you have it, Yimo Xian won't do anything to the Huayro family. It's better for us to think of a way to escape from danger. Don't worry, it's very simple, Huayro Muyu said indifferently. Yimo Xian underestimates me too much. As soon as she finished speaking, her small white hand reached into the gray circle. Then, with a pull, her small hand grabbed a jade-colored teacup. She flung it backwards, and the teacup flew out. It spun a few times in the air and stopped in midair. Then, the teacup opened and a strong suction force was released from the teacup, pulling a large number of spirit cultivators behind him. Some of the weaker spirit cultivators were directly sucked into the teacup, and the stronger ones weren't having a good time either. They gritted their teeth and urged their profound energy to forcefully rush through the teacup's suction force, continuing to chase after the two. However, with the restriction of this magic treasure, the number of pursuers and the distance between them had decreased significantly. Seeing that, Su Yun was overjoyed and immediately asked, "Are there any other treasures? How can there not be one?" "Why, Romu," you said softly, and then once again extended her hand towards the gray circle. She grabbed a green circle, activated her profound spirit chi, and threw it behind her. The ring flew backwards and immediately exploded, transforming into a dozen or so similar rings. They were like magnets, flying towards the spirit cultivator chasing after them. And when they collided with the spirit cultivator, the rings would pierce through their bodies and directly trap them within the ring, and then quickly tighten. One by one, the spirit cultivators that were bound by the rings fell from the sky. After being bound, they were unable to activate their profound strength and could only obediently fall to the ground. I've been in business for so many years, and I've encountered countless evildoers, so I'm prepared. As Huai Romuyu spoke, she extended her hand towards the gray hoop again. Very quickly, she took out one strange magic treasure after another, and every time she took out a magic treasure, some of the spirit cultivators that were chasing after her would suffer calamity. Slowly, everyone felt that this young miss of the Huai Ro family, whose cultivation was not considered high, was not as easy to deal with as they had imagined. These 100 million profound coins were not easy to earn. The number of spirit cultivators chasing behind the two of them began to decrease. Other than a few confident and powerful spirit cultivators, the other spirit cultivators were either injured and retreated in defeat, or were unable to endure Huai Ro Muyu's magic treasure and directly left. Great, great, great! Su Yin was overjoyed. He immediately removed the 7th-tier Imperial equipment and increased his speed. However, at this moment, a huge blood-colored wall suddenly appeared in the sky in front of the two of them, blocking their path. When the two of them approached the wall, a large number of swords shot out from the wall and stabbed towards the two of them. Su Yun was stunned and activated the Imperial equipment again. Ding, ding, dang, dang, a crisp sound rang out. The Imperial equipment was bombarded crazily, and even the chi cover was trembling. Such astonishing power made Su Yun's brain tense up. This must be an Imperial equipment. Otherwise, how could it have such great power? As expected, a bloated figure flew out from behind the blood-colored wall. The two of them looked closely and saw that this person was Gu Gongjin from before. Gu Gongjin was giggling at the two of them. His playful expression, coupled with his comical face, made it hard for people to not be able to help but laugh. Young Master Su, this is also Imperial equipment, right? With such astonishing defense, I'm afraid the grade is not low. TSK. I really didn't expect that a wild cultivator like you would actually have such a good treasure. It's really enviable, but it doesn't matter. It will soon be mine, ha ha. After Su Yin heard this, he frowned and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Can your Imperial equipment compare to mine? Su Yun said in a deep voice. He was about to make his move and kill Gu Gongjin. However, at this moment, Huairomiu suddenly spoke up. Gu Gongjin, do you really plan to go against me? What is it? Miss Huairo, do you really think that I don't have the qualifications to go against you? Gu Gongjin secretly snorted. Do you still think that I will look up to you in this situation, relying on your breath? Do you think that just because I call you young miss, you will always be the young miss? Hee, naive. You're the naive one. Huairomiu shook her head. Her eyes were filled with indifference as she said in a cold voice, Look at your chest. Chest? Gu Gongjin was stunned. He immediately opened the clothes on his chest and took a look. However, a scene that caused his scalp to go numb appeared. The flesh and bones on Gu Gongjin's chest had all caved in. The skin there had completely split open, forming a hole. Blood flowed into the hole, but it could not drip out, nor could it pour into Gu Gongjin's body. Moreover, this strange hole was slowly expanding. What's going on? Gu Gongjin was stunned as he said in shock. This is called heart-devouring rainbow powder. If you don't take the antidote in time, you'll be completely devoured by the rainbow heart within half a month and completely disappear from this world. Huairomiu said indifferently. What? Gu Gongxin's eyes widened. What did you do this? Do you still remember when I called you into my car and made you a cup of tea? Huayro Muyu said. Gu Gongxin's expression changed. That tea, that's right, that tea was mixed with the colorless and tasteless heart-devouring rainbow powder. You, damn it, I didn't expect you to still suspect me. You evil woman. This isn't suspicion, I'm just being careful. If you really don't have any intention of harming me, I will give you the antidote. But if what I said is true, then wouldn't I be killed by you? If I go to Yangdao City, how are you going to give me the antidote? Gu Gongxin roared. I gave the antidote to my guards. Huayro Muyu said indifferently. It's a pity that you killed them. Now that they're all dead, you definitely won't be able to find the antidote. The only person in this world who has the antidote for the heart-devouring rainbow powder is probably me, the one in front of you. As she spoke, Huayro Muyu stretched out her white hand, and a small green bead appeared in her palm. Judging from the warm light it emitted, it was most likely the antidote. Gu Gongxin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly rushed over to snatch the antidote, but at this moment, Huayro Muyu took out another magic treasure. The two of them instantly dodged and landed 100 meters away, causing Gu Gongxin to miss. Gu Gongxin, judging from the time, you only have less than a day left. If you plan to snatch it by force, then I'll have to destroy the last antidote. Huayro Muyu said indifferently. She then activated her profound energy, intending to shatter the antidote. Don't. I won't snatch it anymore. I won't snatch it anymore. Gu Gongxin hurriedly said. Then be honest. Su Yin said indifferently. Gu Gongxin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. So. At this time, the few fugitives who were chasing after the two of them rushed over. When they saw Gu Gongxin and Su Yun, they thought that Gu Gongxin had intercepted them. They roared in unison and charged towards Su Yun and Huayro Muyu. Seeing this, Huayro Muyu shouted at Gu Gongxin in a low voice, If you want the antidote, help us kill these people. With that, she turned around, took out her crystal sword, and waved it at the spirit cultivator who was charging at her. Su Yun did not hesitate and directly pulled out the tribulation fire sword, striking at the spirit cultivator at the front. During this period of time, his hands had slowly recovered, and now they were fine. The deathly white tribulation fire sword in his hand looked ordinary, but through the sword hilt, Su Yun could clearly feel the powerful power contained within the sword hilt. He stared at the fierce-looking, bald spirit cultivator and fiercely slashed out with his sword. He activated his profound energy and directly exploded through the sword hilt. Roar! Vaguely, one could hear the raging flames roaring. When the tribulation fire sword rushed over, the deathly white sword flashed, and a ball of white flames suddenly sprang up, fiercely smashing into the broadsword in the cultivator's hand. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the cultivator with the cultivation of the 5th grade of Spirit Master was directly blown away. The magic treasure in his hand shattered into pieces, and a huge hole appeared in his chest. He fiercely fell to the ground, and his body trembled a few times. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then stopped moving. What? Seeing this, the remaining 5 spirit cultivators turned pale with fright. He had defeated a 5th grade Spirit Master expert in one move. This was something that could only be done by someone at the peak of the 6th grade of Spirit Master. Just how strong was this guy? What an astonishing destructive power. Huayro Muyu was also secretly shocked. She raised her eyes and looked at the deathly white sword in Su Yun's hand. A trace of doubt flashed across her bright eyes. I've never seen this guy use this sword before. Where did this sword come from? Chapter 480. Everyone, don't disperse. The other party is very strong. If you continue to act alone, you will only end up dead. At this moment, a long-haired spirit cultivator shouted at the people around him. That's right. Right now, there are only 5 of us here. Everyone, how about this? We work together to capture Huayro Muyu and then go to Mo Xian's place to receive the reward. 100 million profound coins. Even if we split it into 5, each of us can get 20 million profound coins. That's enough. What do you all think? Agreed. I agree too. Let's do it. The others responded one after another, their voices endless. In just a short while, this group of spirit cultivators, who were still on guard against each other, had reached a consensus. It could be seen that there were capable people among the 5 of them, not as reckless as the bald spirit cultivator from before. If the 5 of them were to join forces and attack, it would not be as easy as before. Suyin took a step back and looked towards Gu Gongxin. The fatty hesitated for a moment before suddenly jumping towards those people. You're right. What we need to do now is to join forces. If everyone is still scheming against each other for the bounty that we haven't gotten, I believe that no one will be able to get the profound coins. All right, everyone, let's work together to deal with these 2 fellows, Gu Gongxin said. The 5 of them obviously knew Gu Gongxin. Seeing that he had spoken, they all nodded and were about to disperse. Go! Gu Gongxin roared and activated his imperial equipment. The 5 of them shouted angrily as they charged forward. However, right at this moment, rays of swords and sabers that were as fast as flowing light attacked, piercing through the hearts of the 5 people at lightning speed. The 5 of them trembled and turned their heads to look at Gu Gongxin in astonishment. The fat man had already activated his imperial equipment, and his profound chi was aimed at them. At some point in time, he held a scimitar in his hand and aimed it at the nearest spirit cultivator. He fiercely rushed over, twisted his fat body, and chopped off the spirit cultivator's head. Lord Gu, the spirit cultivator, clutched his chest and roared while trembling. There's nothing I can do. Gu Gongxin had a helpless expression. Su Yun rushed over, holding onto the tribulation fire and dancing wildly. The flames and sword chi swallowed the sky, and the bodies of the few spirit cultivator-s were directly burnt to ashes. When Gu Gongxin saw this, he was startled. He was greatly impressed by Su Yun's strength. Perhaps even without using himself, Su Yun could still take care of these people. Speaking of which, what was this kid's cultivation? Go! At this moment, Su Yun shouted at Gu Gongxin. He stepped on the deathly white sword and flew into the distance. Huairou Muyu quickly followed. Wait for me. Gu Gongxin hurriedly chased after him. Not long after the 3 of them left, more than 100 people rushed over. The leader was Yi Maxian. Seeing the dead spirit cultivator below and the remaining energy in the air, Yi Maxian frowned. Along the way, he saw many injured or dead spirit cultivators, but he didn't see the figures of Su Yun and Huairou Muyu. Without a doubt, the 2 of them must have escaped. What a bunch of trash. I originally thought that as the gate of Beiyang, there would more or less be some experts, but I didn't expect them to all be a bunch of windbags. Yi Maxian secretly snorted, turned his head, and shouted at the person beside him. Where's young Master Gu? They should still be chasing after those 2. A man wearing a gray cloak said in a low voice. You're good at tracking. Identify their location, and we will immediately rush over to support Gu Gongxin. Today, we must capture the 2 of them and not let the news of this place spread to the Huairou family. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to my future plans. Yi Maxian said, Young master, don't worry. With my skills, it won't be difficult to find them. This place is more than 10 days away from Wuyi City. The 2 of them won't be able to escape in a short period of time. They won't be able to fly out of your palm. After the man in the gray cloak finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a gray long sword from his waist and waved it in the air. A large amount of gray air flew out from the sword and shuttled towards the void in front of him. A moment later, a strange gray path appeared and continued to fly into the distance. Young master, please follow me. The man said in a low voice and immediately flew along the path. Seeing this, Yi Maxian waved his hand. Let's go. The group of people flew into the distance like the wind. Su Yun led Huairou Muyu into a large mountain. Seeing that they had gotten rid of those people, the 2 of them temporarily hid. Huairou Muyu had a magic treasure that could shield her aura. She scattered it into the air, and all the aura within a few miles was dispersed. Huairou Muyu had been attacked by assassins all year round, so most of the magic treasures she carried were used to escape. There were very few magic treasures with killing power. However, she had also used a lot of treasures along the way. Su Yin roughly estimated that since leaving Beizhou City, she had spent at least 10 million profound coins on these treasures. In the end, she was the daughter of a rich family. In order to save her life, she didn't care about anything else. Su Yin still felt a bit of heartache. Some of the treasures he had used were extremely useful to him. However, it was already a blessing to be able to survive. He sighed, took out a pill, and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged to recover his profound energy. Huairuomu also sat at the side to rest, but she didn't dare to meditate. After all, not far from the two of them, there was another person sitting restlessly and looking over. Gu Gongxin looked at the two of them. He wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. His fat hands kept rubbing. Huairuomu ignored him and swallowed a pill. She secretly circulated her profound energy to digest the pill. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two of them had recovered quite a bit. Huairuomu opened her eyes and waved at Gu Gongxin. Gu Gongxin immediately ran over and chuckled. "Miss Huairuo, what instructions do you have? Tell me everything you know. Can you give me the antidote if I tell you?" "More or less." Fatty was stunned. "What do you mean by more or less?" "It means that I will give you the antidote to relieve your pain and not to heal it," Su Yin said indifferently. Fatty was shocked. This. How can I do this?" "If you don't want it, then so be it. Just wait for your death." Su Yin snorted. Fatty's face turned the color of a pig's liver. After hesitating for a moment, he finally lowered his head and compromised. 5 months ago, Yi Maxian came to our Gu family in the name of a visit. After all, although Yi Maxian is one of the most beloved people of Master Huairuo Gong, he is still an adopted son. His surname is not Huairuo, so it is impossible for him to come to our Gu family for business. Even so, our Gu family still warmly received him. He stayed in the Gu family for about 5 or 6 days. Other than cultivating every day, he strolled around the Gu family manor. I don't know his purpose, but later on, I found out why he came to the Gu family. He came to choose someone worthy of his trust, someone worthy of his cooperation. After choosing, in the end, he found that I was the most suitable candidate, so he shared this plan with me. At this point, a trace of loneliness flashed across Gu Gongxin's face. Perhaps you two don't know, but actually young Master Yi and I are in the same boat. He is the orphan of the Yi family, and now that he has lost everything, he has fallen from the clouds to the ground, and I am the trash of the Gu family. Because of my poor talent, my fat body is hard to change, causing my cultivation to be neither up nor down, and I am unable to contribute to the family and business, and I am not considered outstanding in cultivation. The brothers and sisters around me have all stood out, and I have always been like this. I want to change, and now Yi Maxian's appearance is my chance. As long as I complete the cooperation with him and help him take the Huairuo family, with Yi Maxian's support, the Gu family will also grow stronger, and I, Gu Gongxin, will also become the person who has contributed the most to the Gu family. With his support, I can even become the head of the family. So, I decided to cooperate with him. Next, it's time to start the plan. Is that how it is? The rest of the Gu family is not involved? Huairuomu frowned. No. Gu Gongxin shook his head lightly. Huairuomu was still frowning. After that, it's the plan. Yi Maxian seems to be on guard against me. He only told me what he should say. There are many things that he decided on his own, and I don't know about them. Is that so? Huairuomu was silent. Then what about your true red magic crystal? Could it be that you made it up to trick us? At this moment, Su Yun suddenly interrupted. True red magic crystal? Gu Gongxin was stunned for a moment before nodding. Of course I wouldn't have such a treasure. Your father hates people lying to me the most. Su Yun was a little disappointed and angry. Seeing Su Yun's unfriendly gaze, Gu Gongxin was so scared that his entire body trembled. He quickly waved his hand and said, young Master Su, don't be angry. Although I don't have a true red magic crystal, this treasure really exists. Su Yun was stunned and quickly said, you didn't imagine this thing? Of course. Gu Gongxin nodded seriously. I made up everything else, but this one isn't. This thing is actually in Beiyang. If young Master Su has the ability, you could take it. Where is this thing located? Su Yun asked. Of course, it's the true Red Devil Cave. Gu Gongjin laughed. However, just as he said this, a wave of profound qi suddenly struck his lower abdomen. Bang! Gu Gongjin flew back dozens of meters and fell to the ground. He clutched his lower abdomen in pain, and his face was covered in sweat from the pain. He couldn't even get up. Su Yun turned his head to look at Huairou Muyu, only to see her eyes flashing with coldness as she looked at Gu Gongjin. Muyu, what are you doing? Su Yun asked in confusion. Nothing. Huairou Muyu shook her head, then turned her gaze and stared at Su Yun seriously. But I have to tell you seriously, don't go to the true Red Devil Cave, understand? Is that dangerous? Not only is it dangerous, but so you guys are hiding here. I almost got fooled by you guys. Before Huairou Muyu could say anything, a sneer suddenly floated over and interrupted her. Huairou Muyu's expression changed. She looked up into the sky and saw a large group of people flying over. The leader was a man wearing a gray cloak, and behind him was Yi Maxian. How is this possible? Didn't I use a shielding magic treasure? How did you find us? Huairou Muyu cried out. Chapter 481. Huairou Muyu had always trusted her magic treasures because the magic treasures she used were all appraised by the experts of the Huairou family before being handed over to her. These treasures were all extraordinary, and it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to break them. But this time, Yi Maxian was able to track her so easily, which shocked her. She knew that her treasure was definitely not wrong. It could only be said that Yi Maxian had an even more powerful tracking method. The person beside me is the Spirit Ghost Cave's master, the Venerable Spirit Ghost. I don't know how profound his immortal tracking technique is. How can your mere qi-dispelling powder deceive the Venerable One's eyes? Yi Maxian sneered. Venerable Spirit Ghost. Huairou Muyu stared at the man in the gray cloak, her delicate face showing a trace of heaviness. If the opponent's tracking technique was extremely powerful, then the two of them would not be able to escape back to the Huairou family. After all, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to get to the Huairou family. It would be impossible for them to escape Yi Maxian's pursuit in a short period of time. What should she do this time? Huairou Muyu bit her lips and lowered her head in thought. Although she had been attacked countless times, she had always been able to turn misfortune into fortune. Only this time, the situation was the most complicated. She couldn't escape, and she didn't dare to kill. Yi Maxian was linked to Huairou Gong's life, so killing him was equivalent to killing Huairou Gong. This way of doing things, even the usually intelligent Huairou Muyu had no choice. Right now, she was in a dilemma. Su Yun quickly glanced around and took half a step back. He whispered to Gu Gongjin, who was not far behind him, Fatty, it's your turn to go up. Hurry up and take care of Yi Maxian, or else I'll let Muyu destroy your antidote. Gu Gongjin's body trembled. How could he dare to hesitate? Once the antidote was gone, he would undoubtedly die. Gu Gongjin glanced at Yi Maxian and immediately squeezed out a smile. He pretended to be happy and said, Young Master Yi, you're finally here. I almost couldn't stop them. Ha ha. Luckily you arrived in time. Now, the two of them won't be able to escape. Yi Maxian frowned and said in a deep voice, Young Master Gu, why didn't you send me a signal when you found them? These two are really strong. I can't find the time to send a signal to you for a while. I'm worried that they'll run away. Gu Gongjin hurriedly smiled and said, However, young Master Yi's strength is peerless. How could he not catch up? Aren't the two of them in our hands right now? It's all the same, he... As Gu Gongjin spoke, he carefully leaned towards Yi Maxian. Seeing that, Su Yun secretly gathered profound strength and touched the sword sheath. Yi Maxian looked at Gu Gongjin strangely. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the current Gu Gongjin was a bit strange. However, before he could observe further, Gu Gongjin's palms suddenly glowed with a large amount of red light, and he waved it at his face. Crash! A blood-red wall appeared in front of Yi Maxian. After the wall appeared, it immediately split open and a large number of swords spat out towards Yi Maxian and the others. Young Master, be careful! The spirit cultivators behind immediately rushed over and took out their defensive magic treasures to protect Yi Maxian. Such a sudden attack stunned this group of people. After all, no one would guard against Gu Gongxin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yun immediately flew into the air with Huairou Muyu and rushed into the distance. Seeing this, Gu Gongxin also hurriedly followed. The three of them quickly fled. The wall curtain was removed, and Yi Maxian recovered. His expression was ferocious as he coldly shouted at Gu Gongxin in the air. "Gu Gongxin, did you betray me?" Gu Gongxin said helplessly, "Young Master Yi, I also have my own difficulties. In short, I'll have to wrong you first." "Humph, since that's the case, then you can die with them." Yi Maxian growled, "Capture them. This time, we definitely can't let them escape." "Yes, sir." The group of spirit cultivators shouted and rushed forward. Yi Maxian seemed to feel that it wasn't enough. He turned his head and said to the venerable spirit ghost, "Didn't you tell me that your wind-chasing, shadowless hand can snatch things from 1,000 miles away and capture people from 100 miles away? Now, I order you to quickly move those 3 people back to me." "That's not a problem," the gray-cloaked venerable spirit ghost said indifferently. Then, he lifted his robe and stretched out 2 pale hands. He waved his palms in the air, urging his profound qi to draw something. A moment later, a circular gray qi formation danced in the air. He raised his head and looked at Su Yun and Huairou Muyu, who were about to leave. He suddenly shouted and slapped the seal formation with his hand. "Return." A loud shout exploded. In the distance, a huge grayish-yellow qi formation suddenly appeared in front of Huairou Muyu and Su Yun. The two of them didn't have time to react and directly crashed into the qi formation, instantly appearing in the qi formation. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yi Maxian's eyes immediately shone with a golden light. He couldn't help but laugh. Is this the so-called wind-chasing shadowless hand? Although it's just a spatial technique, it's still exquisite enough. It's just that you haven't seen the qi hand hidden in the space. These qi hands are invisible and no existence can escape its palm. Haha, very good, very good. I've found the right person. With you here, it'll be much easier to deal with these 2 guys. Yi Maxian laughed out loud and looked at Su Yun and Huairou Muyu. His eyes were filled with pride. Space magic? If the other party had mastered such a rare, profound skill, then escaping would indeed be useless. Space magic was extremely rare. He didn't expect Yi Maxian to invite such a capable person. Su Yun took a deep breath and looked at Huairou Muyu, who had a serious expression on her face, and said, "Forget it, Muyu. Let's not run anymore." "Not running? Could it be surrender?" "Who said that?" Su Yun shook his head. "We haven't even fought yet. How can we surrender just like that?" As he spoke, he took out the tribulation fire and stared at Yi Maxian with a sinister gaze. Seeing this, Huairou Muyu said anxiously, "Su Yun, don't act recklessly. If you kill him, my father will die." However, Su Yun shook his head and said indifferently, "At most, your father's body will be destroyed, right? If his body is gone, with the power of your Huairou family, wouldn't it be fine to recreate a body and resurrect him? Could it be that your father feels sorry for his cultivation? The Huairou family is as rich as a country. Are you still worried about cultivation?" When Huairou Muyu heard this, she was stunned. That's right. If he relied on this to establish a connection, then if he died, it would indeed only be the destruction of his body because the 3 souls and 7 spirits couldn't establish a connection. The so-called curse was only an illusion formed by profound energy that caused damage to the body, but in reality, it couldn't be considered mental damage. Furthermore, she didn't believe that Yi Maxian had the ability to cast a curse that would cause mental damage. "Kill me?" When Yi Maxian heard Su Yun's words, the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. "If you think you have the ability, then come at me." After saying that, Yi Maxian took a step back, and a venerable spirit ghost blocked his way. He raised his head, and his eyes under the gray cloak turned golden. It was very strange. Huairou Muyu looked at the venerable spirit ghost and hurriedly said to Su Yun, "Su Yun, be careful. I can't see through this person's cultivation." He's wearing a very strong, shielding magic treasure. There's no other way out. Now that things have come to this, I can only fight. Su Yun's footwork turned and instantly rushed over. His swift and fierce movement technique was so fast that it left people speechless. Yi Maxian was stunned. He probably didn't expect this country bumpkin that Huaro Muyu found to have such speed. However, Su Yun instantly landed in front of the venerable spirit ghost. The blazing tribulation fire sword was like a spinning fire dragon, blooming in Su Yun's hand as it swept towards the venerable spirit ghost. However, the venerable spirit ghost didn't panic at all. He directly pulled his cloak and lifted it. Walala, a large amount of sand flew out from under the cloak and continuously collided with Su Yun. The sand fell on Su Yun's body and condensed together, covering Su Yun's body with a layer of mud armor. Then, the mud armor wriggled and created a large number of mud claws, fiercely digging towards Su Yun's heart, lungs, and other important organs. Puff! A ball of flame suddenly emerged from Su Yun's body and instantly roasted the mud claws. Then, with a shake of Su Yun's body, the mud claws shattered. He broke free and chopped towards the venerable spirit ghost's head. Roar! The tribulation fire sword let out a ferocious roar. Before the sword even arrived, the unstoppable wave of air on the sword's body exploded outwards. Yi Maxian, who was in the distance, was directly blown away by this wave of air. The surrounding trees and boulders were all blown to ashes. One astonishing attack. The venerable spirit ghost didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated his defensive mystical skill. A large amount of sand floated out from his cloak and instantly wrapped around him into a ball. Pudong! The tribulation fire hit the ball, and the flames instantly dispersed, causing the sand and stones to shatter into pieces. The venerable spirit ghost's body was exposed. Su Yun took advantage of the situation and kicked over. Bang! The venerable spirit ghost was kicked back several times, looking very sorry. Seeing this, Yi Maxian's face tightened and said anxiously, "Aren't you known as the Ghost Devourer King? How come you can't even beat a small mountain cultivator now?" The venerable spirit ghost calmly said, "I just didn't expect the weapon in this person's hand to be so powerful. My sand armor isn't afraid of anything, but it's afraid of being roasted by flames. Once it's roasted too much, the sand armor's defense will collapse. But don't worry, if he only has this little trick, he won't be able to do anything to me. Then hurry up and use your special skill." Yi Maxian roared, but he had no intention of making a move himself. "Heh, killing him is like slaughtering a pig or a dog." The venerable spirit ghost snorted and waved his hand again. A gust of wind blew and yellow sand filled the sky. The surrounding people all retreated to avoid the strange yellow sand, but the yellow sand quickly condensed. In a short while, it formed several sand soldiers. The sand soldiers held long swords in their hands and wore sand armor. Each of them had an astonishing aura as they stared at Su Yun. Seeing this, Su Yun no longer hesitated. He directly activated the limitless sword arts and took out all of the 100 subordinate swords under the tribulation fire sword. The sword's sheath trembled crazily, and then the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. A large number of fiery red meteors flew out from the sword sheath and circled in the sky. Chapter 482. Each of the sub-swords was burning with fierce flames. They flew out of the sword sheath and scurried around, looking for sand soldiers to attack. When the sub-swords appeared, the flames on the tribulation fire sword's body suddenly turned pale white, and the temperature became even more intense. Although the sand soldiers were astonishingly powerful, they were powerless against so many flying swords. They were intercepted by the flying swords, their defenses shattered, and they directly turned into sand and died. Seeing this, the venerable spirit ghost frowned. "This person is proficient in the power of fire. He is an existence that completely restrains me." Su Yun took the initiative and immediately rushed forward. The 100 swords followed suit, and the intense temperature dyed the surroundings like a scorching hell. Looking at the blazing sword that was constantly spinning, the venerable spirit ghost was startled. He hurriedly activated his magic treasure, and a water curtain completely surrounded his body. The grade of the water curtain wasn't low. When the flying sword smashed into the water curtain, it actually couldn't pierce through it. However, the thickness of the water curtain was rapidly decreasing. It was enough to show that the water curtain wouldn't be able to hold on for long. 7 Ascension Killing Formation. At this moment, Su Yun shouted in a low voice and raised his finger. 7 sharp swords flew out from the sub-swords and circled in the air. The sub-swords of the Tribulation Fire Sword, which were already good at destruction, formed the 7 Ascension Killing Formation. The power of this move could be imagined. The 7 swords circling in the air gave the venerable spirit, Ghost, an unprecedented pressure. He gritted his teeth and shouted at the large group of spirit cultivators behind him. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and help me kill this person. Yi Mo Xian, who was being looked at by Su Yun's gorgeous sword skill, also came back to his senses. He anxiously shouted, kill Su Yun first. Once Su Yun dies, Huairou Muyu won't be able to escape. Kill Su Yun first. Quick! When the people heard this, they didn't dare to hesitate and rushed over. Over 100 people began to surround Su Yun. All kinds of gorgeous, profound skills were thrown over, and magic treasures were dazzling. These attacks were mainly ice and water, as if they wanted to cover Su Yun's raging flames. A few spells collided with a flying sword. The raging flames on the flying sword immediately made a sizzling sound, and white smoke billowed out. After a while, the sword had no fire and looked ordinary. The venerable spirit ghost was delighted to see the flying swords in such a predicament. He repeatedly shouted, Great, great! You guys subdue his swords. Let me kill this person. As his voice fell, the venerable spirit ghost leaped into the air and soared high into the sky. His gray cloak turned into a huge quicksand that stood upright in the air like a huge wave. The venerable spirit ghost's original appearance was also revealed. He was a middle-aged man with scars all over his body. His eyes were golden, and the scars on his face glowed with a golden light. He looked extremely fierce. He floated in the air and quickly waved his hands. The wave of quicksand immediately rolled up and condensed into a huge sandball. The sandball kept expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. Strange thumping sounds came from inside the sandball, just like a beating heart. Su Yun could clearly feel that the venerable spirit ghost was crazily injecting profound energy into the sandball. His profound energy was like a raging river as it crazily infused into the sandball. As the profound energy was infused, the sandball became bigger and stronger. Not good. Su Yun's expression changed slightly. He suddenly rushed to Huairou Muyu's side and took out his imperial equipment to defend himself. Such a terrifying aura shocked the other spirit cultivators. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they either fled or took out their magic treasures to defend themselves. The sand ball expanded to a certain extent and suddenly exploded. A terrifying, destructive wave that was like a meteorite hitting the ground rippled out and blew in all directions. No one could describe this peerlessly terrifying strike. Those weak spirit cultivators were directly swallowed up by the destructive wave. Those who were slightly stronger were also blasted from the sky to the ground, heavily injured. The mountains were flattened, the forest was swept away, and the terrifying shock wave killed all the birds in the sky. It was truly an earth-shattering attack. Gu Gongzhen was blown into a large rock. The rock shattered, and he could no longer get up. He was severely injured. Even Yi Mo Xian wasn't in a good state. He vomited blood from this terrifying attack. The 7th-tier Imperial equipment that could usually defend against everything was unable to withstand this shocking attack. After the explosion, half of the profound chi in Su Yun's body had been blown up. If there was another terrifying sandball like this, the 7th-tier Imperial equipment would definitely be broken. The world was filled with sand, and the surroundings were completely cleared. Only the venerable spirit ghost remained. In order to defeat Su Yun, he even used this terrifying move without distinguishing between friend and foe. Su Yin removed the imperial equipment. His face was extremely pale, and a bit of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Judging from this attack, this venerable spirit ghost strength was at least above the 6th grade of Spirit Master. Seeing Su Yin in such a state, Huai Muyu's calm face could no longer remain calm. She bit her lips, and tears started to form her eyes. She shouted anxiously, "Su Yin, go! Go quickly! Get out of here! Get out of here first!" How many times had it been? In order to save her, Su Yin had risked his life countless times. She didn't want to see this person fight for her and bleed for her anymore. Every time she saw him, she felt extremely uncomfortable. However, Su Yin smiled. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and an indescribable joy flashed through his eyes. "What are you running for?" Su Yin sneered as he stared at the venerable spirit ghost. Although this attack had destroyed half of his profound chi, he firmly believed that this attack had also consumed a large amount of his opponent's profound chi. He was a cautious person, but also a bold person. Now that he had the chance to win, why should he run? He stared at the venerable spirit ghost who was floating in the air with a face full of shock. Suddenly, he let out a deep roar, and like a gust of wind, he instantly blew over. Su Yin, Huai Muyu bit her lips. Seeing that she was unable to persuade Su Yin to leave, she no longer watched and directly took out her trump card to assist in the battle. "You actually didn't die after eating my sand god's burial. What exactly is that magic treasure of yours?" the venerable spirit ghost said in astonishment. However, Su Yin never had the habit of answering the enemy's questions. As he spoke, he had already arrived. The tribulation fire sword that was emitting white flames directly slashed down. When the sword fell, the 7 subordinate swords that were constantly circling in the air also slashed down together, forming an inescapable net that enveloped the venerable spirit ghost. "Look at my 1,000 sand armor." The venerable spirit ghost let out a loud roar. The sand around his body quickly condensed into armor and continued to grow. Every time the 7 Ascension killing formations swords shattered the armor would instantly explode. This required a large amount of profound energy to support it. However, what was surprising was that all of this profound energy was actually the profound energy that had erupted from the sandball. At this moment, the venerable spirit ghost was actually absorbing the profound energy that was floating in the air for his own use. However, there was a limit to the profound energy in the air, not to mention that a large amount of profound energy was spreading. The amount of profound energy that the venerable spirit ghost could absorb was limited. Thinking of this, Su Yun's eyes suddenly turned blood red. The 7 swords that were circling around the venerable spirit ghost suddenly shot out 7 terrifying evil souls and attacked him together. At the same time, the speed of Su Yun's attack also increased. The terrifying tribulation fire sword was like a crazy dancing dragon, attacking the venerable spirit ghost one after another. So fast. How could this person be so fast? The venerable spirit ghost's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the 1,000 sand armor that he had condensed around his body could not keep up with Su Yun's speed. Pucci. At this moment, a heart-wrenching pain came from his shoulder. It was the pain of his shoulder being pierced by the tribulation fire. Pucci. Another pain came from his lower abdomen. Pucci. 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 More and more pain overflowed. The speed of the sword in front of him was almost indescribable. Previously, the 1,000 sand armor could still defend against it, but later on, before the armor could even form, several sword shadows had already attacked him. It was impossible to dodge the opponent's sword in time. Slash! Suddenly, the venerable spirit ghost sand armor was torn apart by the evil souls. Su Yun took advantage of the situation and fiercely slashed over. Oh no! The venerable spirit ghost turned pale with fright and hurriedly dodged to the right. But his movements were a beat too slow. Chi! The blazing tribulation fire sword directly cut off his arm, and the scorching flames ignited his body. The wound emitted a fierce white flame, and the intense pain caused the venerable spirit ghost to roar out, and his entire body fell from the sky. Bang! The venerable spirit ghost fell to the ground and rolled crazily. Su Yun looked at the tribulation fire in his hand and saw that the sword was constantly flashing with white light. A magical power overflowed from the sword. The venerable spirit ghost used all his strength to extinguish the flames on his wound. Looking at Su Yun, who was coldly looking at him from the sky, he hurriedly took out a pill from the space bag at his waist and stuffed it into his mouth. As if swallowing a jujube, a jar of pills was stuffed into his mouth. However, when the pill entered his stomach, it had no effect. All the wounds on his body did not recover. Even if he channeled his profound chi towards the wounds to forcefully heal them, it would not work. What? The venerable spirit ghost was extremely astonished. He took out another pill and stuffed it into his mouth. However, no matter how much he took the pill, his wound did not change at all. What's going on? Why is my injury? The venerable spirit ghost's golden eyes widened as he muttered, "Your injury won't recover." Su Yun landed on the ground, raised the sword in his hand, and said indifferently, "Being injured by the tribulation fire, directly attacking the 3 souls and 7 spirits, cannot be healed. If you are killed by this sword, you will die immediately. No profound skill will be able to revive you." What? The venerable spirit ghost's expression changed drastically. Su Yun held onto the long sword, looked coldly at the venerable spirit ghost, and said, "Venerable spirit ghost, I have no enmity with you. Today, for the sake of Yemo Xian's bounty, you chose to go against me. I don't blame you. People die for wealth, birds die for food. This is human nature, but it's not worth it to lose your life for wealth. I'll give you a chance. Choose to leave or die." When the venerable spirit ghost heard this, he was stunned for a while. Finally, he hurriedly knelt down and fiercely knocked his head on the ground. Spirit ghost overestimated itself and offended Lord Su Yun. Death is not enough. Today, if Lord Su is willing to let Spirit Ghost live, Spirit Ghost will remember this in my heart. In the future, I will definitely repay Lord's kindness. After saying that, he didn't waste any time and directly turned around, leaped towards the entrance, and fled into the horizon. He didn't care about Yi Imo Xian's life at all. Chapter 483. For Su Yun, it was for the best that the venerable spirit ghost could leave. Although he had the ability to kill the other party's cultivation was still higher than his. Su Yun wasn't sure if he had any strange, life-saving magic treasures. When a person faced the threat of death, they would always explode with extraordinary power. In order to not take the risk and save more energy to deal with Yi Mo Xian, Su Yun chose to persuade the venerable spirit ghost to leave. Once the venerable spirit ghost left, Yi Mo Xian's side's battle power was greatly reduced. The sandball that the venerable spirit ghost used earlier had injured more than half of the spirit cultivators on Yi Mo Xian's side, reducing a lot of pressure on Su Yun. Su Yun swallowed a pill and walked towards Yi Mo Xian step by step. At this moment, Yi Ma Xian was trying his best to stand up. Although he was also shaken by the sandball, he did not suffer too much damage. I didn't expect this venerable spirit ghost to be someone with an undeserved reputation. Before I found him, the cultivators of the 4 seas told me how amazing his skills were. I didn't expect him to be nothing more than this. Yi Ma Xian smiled, but there was no fear in his eyes. Now that the idlers have left, it's time for us to settle the score. Su Yun held onto the tribulation fire. His other hand touched the sword sheath and slowly pulled out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Both swords struck at the same time. Yi Mo Xian looked at Su Yun's sword and then at the sword sheath. He knew that it was an incredible treasure, but he was not in a hurry to fight. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile, and he said indifferently, "Su Yun, you said before that the curse I placed on Huaro Gong was only physical, so you dared to attack me. But do you think that's really the case? I, Yi Ma Xian, have always done things without fail. How could I make such a low-level mistake? If I die, you could try to see if you can save Huaro Gong. Ha ha." At this point, the smugness on Yi Mo Xian's face became more and more obvious. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Su Yun and Huairou Muyu as if he was watching a show. He seemed to be looking forward to what the two of them would do next. However, in the next second, a palm suddenly swung over and fiercely slapped his face. The movement was swift and the strength was extraordinary. Ha! Yi Xian didn't expect this and was slapped to the ground. He was startled, his head buzzing. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw Su Yun walking over with both swords in his hands, his face filled with killing intent. Huairou Gong. Other than being Huairou Muyu's father, he has nothing to do with me. Today, your actions have threatened my life and even threatened my friend, so I will not care about the life of a person I have never seen before. Regardless of whether your curse affects the soul or not, you must die today. Even if Huairou Gong dies because of you, I don't care, understand? Su Yun looked down at Yi Xian from above, the coldness in his eyes getting stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned pale with fright. You dare? He turned his head and shouted at Huairou Muyu. Su Yun is crazy. Huairou Muyu, do you really want to see your father die? She looked at Su Yun, then at Yi Xian, and could only lower her head and say in a low voice, Su Yun is right. Your goal is the Sacred Heart. It's our lives. Huairou Muyu, don't care if I die, but if I let Su Yun die for my father, I will still feel guilty. Su Yun killed you in order to live. I can understand. I will do my best to save my father, but I will not sacrifice Su Yun's life to save my father. Hearing this, Yi Xian didn't know what to say. He raised his hand and pointed at Huairou Muyu with a trembling finger. He could use Huairou Gong's life to restrain Huairou Muyu and prevent her from using the Sacred Heart to kill him. But he couldn't restrain Su Yun. So, 2 bolts of lightning, one red and one yellow, struck Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly jumped up and dodged the attack. At the same time, a snow-white sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked Su Yun's head. Su Yun released his hand, and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword flew out by itself, colliding with the long sword and blocking Yi Xian. The two of them separated. There was still a bright red handprint on Yi Xian's face. He stared angrily at Su Yun, his face a little twisted. Since you chose to be my enemy, then don't blame me. Su Yun, don't think that you can control the situation just because the venerable spirit ghost left. I'm not as easy to deal with as you think. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of the long sword. Then, he gripped it with force, and the sharp sword directly cut his finger. Blood flowed out and slid down the blade towards the tip of the sword. Chirp, 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 chirp. In that moment, a large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the sword body, and like eyes, they all stared at Su Yun. What is this? Su Yun was stunned. However, those strange sword eyes shot out beams of light that bombarded him. So. He hurriedly brandished his 2 swords, and countless sword images surrounded his body, knocking away the beams of light. Su Yun, be careful. Although the Yi family is also a merchant family, Yi Xian is a martial cultivation genius. His strength is probably not inferior to the venerable spirit ghost. Huairou Muyu shouted at Su Yun, but at this moment, she was not relaxed either. The remaining spirit cultivators did not leave, but instead, they all rushed towards her. In the eyes of these spirit cultivators, Huairou Muyu was worth 100 million profound coins. Hearing Huairou Muyu's words, Su Yun secretly snorted and took out all the thousands of sword formations in the sword sheath. They quickly revolved around Yi Xian. The densely packed flying swords circled around his body. Yi Xian frowned, but he didn't care. He held the long sword that was covered in eyes, rushed towards Su Yun, and slashed down with his sword. Su Yun raised his sword to block. However, just as the eye sword was about to descend, the eye on the sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light. Su Yun was caught off guard and was directly illuminated by the light. In an instant, he felt his vision go black, and his vision was completely blocked. However, this state of blindness only lasted for a second before his vision began to recover. He saw Yi Mo Xian appear in front of him again. He held the long sword and attacked fiercely. The eye sword flashed with a fierce aura. Yi Mo Xian's speed wasn't fast. A sinister look flashed past the corner of Su Yun's eyes. He pushed his speed to the limit and fiercely stabbed at Yi Mo Xian with the long sword in his hand. Puchi! Yi Mo Xian was hit in the chest. The blazing tribulation fire pierced through his heart. It's over. Su Yun held the sword hilt tightly and spun. The blade of the sword circled around his chest, and the flame melted the flesh, creating a large hole. Yi Mo Xian's body twitched, and a large amount of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, there was no pain on his face. Instead, there was a mocking smile on his face. Is that all? Su Yun, you won't be able to kill me like this. Hee. After saying that, Yi Mo Xian raised his sword and slashed at Su Yun again. Su Yun was shocked. He quickly pulled out his sword and retreated, avoiding this attack. He retreated dozens of meters away and looked at Yi Mo Xian again. He saw that the big hole in his chest was rapidly healing. The charred flesh slowly turned bright red and looked brand new. In the end, it gradually gathered together and completely returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Su Yun was completely shocked. He couldn't feel any spirit life aura from Yi Mo Xian at all. Could it be that he relied on a magic treasure? However, he didn't use any magic treasures to heal the wounds on his body. Since it's healing so fast, then I'll completely tear you apart. Su Yun focused his eyes and raised his sword and charged forward again. His face darkened. The sword in his hand was filled with endless profound energy, and a large amount of sword intent rippled out like a storm. One sword, rising wind. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hand fiercely slashed forward. In an instant, the sky darkened and the wind howled. The sword chi that was like a ferocious beast fiercely swept towards Yi Mo Xian. Yi Mo Xian was like a small tree in the wind, swaying incessantly. His body was swept by the sword chi, and his body couldn't withstand the torrential bombardment at all. In an instant, he was torn into pieces by the endless sword chi. His limbs were broken, his torso was shattered, and even the clothes on his body were torn into pieces. This time, even if Yi Mo Xian's profound chi attribute was spirit life aura, he definitely wouldn't be able to heal his body. His body was completely torn apart. This could already be judged as death. Unless someone rebuilt his body, Yi Mo Xian wouldn't be able to live. Su Yun put down his sword and panted slightly as he looked at the fragments on the ground in front of him. One sword, rising wind, was the most destructive move in the divine wind sword technique. Even if one were to defend with all their might, it would still be difficult to completely defend against this move. More than half of the profound energy in his body had been used up, and the strength of his sword had also decreased a lot. It was finally over. He took a deep breath and prepared to turn around and support Huairou Muyu. But when Su Yun turned around, he was shocked to find that Huairou Muyu was not behind him. Not only Huairou Muyu, but even the spirit cultivators were gone. Su Yun's heart beat wildly. He hurriedly turned around and saw that Yi Mo Xian, who had been chopped into pieces, was actually recovering quickly. Those fragments were like magnets that were attracted and quickly gathered together. In a short while, they had pieced Yi Mo Xian back together. Seeing this scene, Su Yun was shocked and shocked. He hurriedly retreated, but didn't attack again. Instead, he stared at Yi Mo Xian. He knew that any further attacks would be pointless. Looks like I've been hit by one of your spells, right? Su Yun said in a low voice to the revived Yi Mo Xian in front of him. Oh, the corner of Yi Mo Xian's mouth curled up. Don't you think it's because of my magic treasure? Magic treasure? Su Yun shook his head. I can't feel the slightest bit of profound chi flow from your body, and you haven't even activated your magic treasure. How can you rely on a magic treasure to do this? What's more, how can an ordinary magic treasure do this? When Yi Mo Xian heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Su Yun, you really do have some skills. You can actually tell that this is a profound skill of mine. Hee hee. Since that's the case, what do you plan to do? Continue to kill me? Then come. Su Yin shook his head and said indifferently, Kill you? Do you think I can kill you here? After Su Yin finished speaking, he actually sat down, as if he didn't want to fight anymore. Seeing this, Yimo Xian secretly snorted and charged towards Su Yun with the sword full of pupils in his hand. However, Su Yun didn't move. He didn't even put up any defense against the incoming sword. Mu Yu is not here, and none of the spirit cultivators are here. Even Gu Gongzhen is not here. This is enough to show that this is not the place where we fought just now, but another magical realm. If I can't affect Yi Mo Xian's attack at all, then he should be the same to me. Su Yin thought coldly. If he couldn't kill Yi Mo Xian, then he was invincible. Since he was invincible, it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. Since that was the case, he might as well see if he could cause any harm to him. While he was thinking, the sword full of pupils had already reached Su Yun's head. Chapter 484. Puchi. A crisp sound rang out. The eye sword split open Su Yun's head, directly piercing through his nostrils and directly cutting open his head. A large amount of brain juice burst out from the blood. However, Su Yun didn't feel any pain at all, as if it wasn't his head that was split open. Yi Mo Xian pulled out the sword and retreated. There was no joy on his face. Instead, he was very calm. Su Yun could clearly feel that his head that had been split open was actually starting to heal. As expected, Su Yun was overjoyed. In this place, no one could kill anyone. It seems like you've seen through all of this. Yi Mo Xian held the eye sword and looked at Su Yun with a sneer. He raised the sword in his hand and gently waved it in front of him. Crash! A strange sound rang out. Then, Su Yun's vision darkened again. After about a second, it recovered. However, at this moment, Yi Mo Xian wasn't standing in front of him. Instead, he was floating in the air. He was holding a sword art with both hands, and the eye sword was floating in front of him. The sword body overflowed with a large amount of golden light, shining on Su Yun's body. Seeing this scene, Su Yun suddenly felt powerless. His body instantly went limp. He hurriedly used his sword to support himself and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Su Yun was stunned. He felt that his body was extremely empty. There was only one layer of profound qi left, and his strength was extremely weak. Ha ha! Su Yun, although you saw that it was an illusion, you still fell for my trick. Yi Mo Xian couldn't stop laughing and said proudly, Just now my illusion eye sword activated a profound sword skill and forcefully dragged you into the illusion space. In this illusion space, every time you use a profound skill, the profound energy consumed will be more than 5 times that of normal. In this illusion space, I can't kill you, and you can't kill me, but I can guide you to attack and exhaust all the profound energy in your body. Now, your profound energy is no longer enough. You're already at the end of your rope. What else do you have to fight me with? Ha ha! After saying that, Yi Mo Xian tore off the illusion eye sword spell. Holding the eye sword, he activated his berserk profound energy and smashed it toward Su Yun. Imaginary space. Su Yun focused his eyes and tried his best to stand up. He didn't think about Yi Ma Xian's Tao. If what he said was true, then the amount of profound energy in his body was equivalent to releasing 5 one-sword rising winds. The amount of profound energy consumed by 5 moves of single-sword rising wind could be imagined. It was already a miracle that there was still a trace of profound energy left in his body. Facing the aggressive and ferocious Yi Mo Xian, Su Yun snorted and retreated, avoiding the sword. Then, he raised his hand, and a white light appeared from the sword sheath behind him. Then, a beautiful figure landed beside him. Huairou Muyu, who was fighting with a few experts, sensed the strange spirit qi and immediately turned to look. It's her, Ling Qinyu. She was dressed in a snow-white muslin dress, and her delicate feet were bare. Her face was like jade, her eyes were like stars, her lips were like vermilion, her skin was like snow, and her hair was like black cloth. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Ling Qinyu turned her neck and looked at Su Yun, then snorted. It's rare to see you in such a sorry state. What opponent did you meet this time? An opponent stronger than me. But this time, I was careless and fell into his trap, causing me to waste a lot of profound energy. Su Yin took a deep breath and put away the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and the tribulation fire sword in his hands. He said, "My current profound energy is unable to unleash the power of these two swords. For now, I can only borrow your power, Qingyu." Ling Qingyu glanced at Huai Mu Yu, who was still fighting fiercely, then looked at Yimo Xian, who was not far away, with a surprised expression. Then, she snorted lightly, raised her palm, and closed her eyes. A moment later, a large amount of snow-white light appeared in Ling Qingyu's exquisite palm. "Did you call for help?" Yimo Xian looked at Ling Qingyu, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He sighed in his heart. When otherworldly beauty. However, he snorted and said, "It's just adding another corpse." After saying that, he swung it again. Chio, 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 chio. A large number of pupil prints flew out from the sword that was filled with pupils, attacking like a dense barrage of bullets. "I don't know what grade of magic treasure your sword is, but your sword definitely can't beat my sword." Su Yin stared at the incoming pupil prints and suddenly roared in a low voice. He extended his hand towards Ling Qingyu's palm and waved whiz. The contracted victory sword. A snow-white lightning bolt shot out. Do. All of the eye imprints were slashed open, emitting a strange sound. The snow-white rope-like light dance was extremely sharp, and it cut through everything as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. "What?" Yimo Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had actually cut open the pupil prints. This required a large amount of profound energy to support it. But did Su Yun still have that kind of strength? Logically speaking, the illusionary space just now should have consumed a lot of his strength. Crash! At this moment, the white lightning struck again, striking straight at Yimo Xian's forehead. Yimo Xian hurriedly raised his ice sword to block. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and a ferocious force traveled along the eye sword to Yimo Xian's arm. He hurriedly raised his profound qi to stabilize this force, but at this moment he suddenly felt a pain on his back. Yimo Xian looked and saw that the snow-white, lightning-like object had bypassed the eye sword like a whip and slashed at his back. A deep bloody mark appeared. "What the hell is this?" Yimo Xian roared and activated the eye sword again. The eyes on the sword quickly rotated, and the pupils split into two spheres. A large number of talismans appeared in these spheres, and then a strange, profound energy rippled out. Profound energy was released, and the surroundings were in a frenzy. Explosions sounded continuously. However, at this moment, Su Yun, who was holding this whip-like sword, did not fall, nor did he retreat. He held the sword and quickly swung it. The sword was like a white dragon, dancing under the sky. Under his lightning-fast speed, Yimo Xian seemed to have been thrown into a prison formed by a dragon's body, unable to escape at all. Pucci! 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 The sharp sword cut through his profound energy and cut through his flesh. The more Yimo Xian fought, the colder his heart became, and the more powerless he became. Although he believed that his strength was far above Su Yun's speed and weapon were something he could not compare to. Yimo Xian hurriedly activated his profound skill again, and he suddenly disappeared. Su Yun looked and saw that he had already landed 100 meters away. At this moment, Yimo Xian's body was riddled with wounds, and he was gasping for breath. Blood flowed out of his wounds, dyeing his entire body red. Su Yun's swift and chaotic attack not only disrupted his aura, it also disrupted the profound qi in his body. The sword in Yimo Xian's hand dimmed, and the pupils that were covered in the sword's body also became dim. What the hell is going on? Why is Su Yun already at the end of his tether? Yet he can still unleash such powerful strength. What the hell is that sword? Damn it, why is it so strange? Yimo Xian's heart was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand this so-called mountain kid anymore. In fact, he didn't understand that the power of the sword in Su Yun's hand was mostly dependent on Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu was indeed Su Yun's reinforcement. Most of the people fighting with Yi Mo Xian were Ling Qingyu's power. Yi Mo Xian, it's time to end this. Su Yun shouted with a cold face. He suddenly stepped forward and flew into the air. The sword in his hand was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, attacking straight at Yi Mo's face. The slender whip-like sword seemed to want to cut through the heavens and the earth as it fell towards the sky with an incomparably shocking aura. Don't underestimate me. Yi Mo Xian gritted his teeth and suddenly roared. Nine-heart underworld curse. With a low shout, Yi Mo Xian activated some magic treasure, and a large number of talismans appeared with him as the center. These talismans revolved around him like the moon revolving around the earth, and the rotation speed was getting faster and faster. When the contracted sword fell down, there was a clang, and a spark exploded. The contracted sword was bounced off, and a clear crack appeared in the center of the talisman. Seeing this, the two of them were shocked. Su Yun, there's actually something the contracted sword can't cut open. Yi Mo Xian, he actually cut a crack. How is this possible? Just how sharp is this sword? However, their surprise didn't last long as they attacked again. Su Yun waved his arm and prepared to break this thing with another sword strike. Yi Mo Xian didn't plan to continue fighting with Su Yun. He snorted and took out a pitch-black cauldron, which spiraled out of the space bag. The black cauldron was originally only the size of a fist, but as it rotated faster and faster, it also became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a 5-meter-tall cauldron and landed in the sky above Yi Mo Xian. Yi Mo Xian jumped to the mouth of the cauldron. When the contracted sword attacked, the cauldron let out a loud sound like the roar of an evil spirit, directly knocking the contracted sword away. Ling Qing, you seem to be affected as well. She hurriedly retreated, clutching her chest. Her lips were slightly white, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Hearing this, Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Expert, Su Yun, don't be complacent too early. Although today's matter was destroyed because of you, it doesn't mean it's over. The Huairou family is mine, and I still have the life of the Huairou Palace in my hands. In a few days, I will personally go to the Huairou family to get it. Just you wait. After saying that, Yi Mo Xian jumped towards the mouth of the cauldron and disappeared. Don't go, Su Yun shouted and rushed towards the mouth of the cauldron. However, just as he approached the mouth of the cauldron, waves of cold wind spewed out from the mouth of the cauldron. A terrifying ghost face formed from the cold wind. The ghost face stared fiercely at Su Yun, then opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Which bastard dares to behave atrociously in front of this sovereign? Scram! The huge roller seemed to be able to shatter people's eardrums. Judging from this aura, the other party must be a peerlessly powerful existence. However, Su Yun was infuriated by Yi Mo Xian's voice. In his anger, he suddenly pulled out the death sword from his back and slashed at the ferocious ghost face. F***CK off. A furious roar erupted. Chapter 485. A pitch-black power burst out from the mouth of the death sword. The inexplicably powerful evil power was like the mouth of a ferocious beast as it swallowed the ghost face. The ghost face revealed a trace of surprise. Looking at the incoming death sword, he quickly chanted an incantation. The black cauldron erupted with waves of magical power that filled the ghost face. When the death sword attacked, it directly penetrated the ghost face, but it was unable to affect its body. Ghost Face Mask spoke to Su Yun unhurriedly. Aunt, this sword of yours is quite special. Where did you get it? My sect passed it down to me, Su Yun said coldly. Your sect? The ghost face frowned slightly. Where did you learn from? What sect is it? Why do you care so much? It's a sect you can't afford to offend, Su Yun said solemnly. When the ghost face heard this, his expression became somewhat sinister. Humph, what big words. You actually dare to say such arrogant words in front of me, Green Ghost King. Aunt, do you really not know how to write the word death? I only know that if I don't kill Yi Mo Xian today, There will be endless troubles in the future. Su Yin said coldly. He raised the death sword and slashed towards the black cauldron. He secretly released 30% of his strength, releasing more than half of the death sword's power. The pitch-black sword erupted with a power that was like a surging river, although it was not much, but every bit of it was extremely powerful, causing people's hearts to tremble. Facing the incoming death sword, Green Ghost King didn't welcome it. Instead, he shouted in a low voice, "Since you're worried about Yimo Xian's threat, then let him exist forever. Then it will be useful in the end." As the sound of his voice faded, the black cauldron emitted a large amount of black gas and then disappeared into the void without a trace. He ran really fast. Su Yin put away the death sword with a serious face. Yimo Xian's departure temporarily ended the chaos. However, not being able to kill him was truly unpleasant. The cultivators who were still surrounding Huairou Muyu saw that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly retreated. Since Yimo Xian had left, it was useless for them to continue. Moreover, Huairou Muyu, who was full of treasures, wasn't easy to deal with. However, Huairou Muyu wasn't a good person. How could she let these people go after provoking her? After all, it was a threat. He immediately took out a magic treasure and secretly preserved the aura of these people in the air. When he returned to the Huairou family in the future, he would use the power of the Huairou family to eliminate them one by one. "Su Yin, are you all right?" Ling Qingyu walked over and asked. "I'm fine." Su Yin exhaled and nodded. "Who is that?" Ling Qingyu looked at the direction where the black cauldron disappeared and asked. "Such a cold and powerful qi. This existence's strength is probably beyond your imagination. Maybe it's some powerful existence in the ghost realm. I'll go ask Muyu. She should know." Su Yun said, then walked towards Huairou Muyu, who was swallowing pills and recovering. "You said it calls itself the Green Ghost King?" Hearing Su Yun's words, Huairou Muyu's eyes suddenly widened as she stared at Su Yun. "What? Have you heard of this person?" Su Yun asked. Huairou Muyu's face turned pale. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head, then shook her head, and said, "This involves our Huairou family's secret. I'm afraid it will take some time to explain." "Secrets?" Su Yun was slightly stunned. Could it be that this Green Ghost King was related to the Huairou family? "Su Yun, Miss Ling, it's fortunate that you two are here this time." Huairou Muyu bowed towards Ling Qingyu, expressing her gratitude. Ling Qingyu only nodded, but did not say anything. However, Huairou Muyu continued. "Su Yun, although something has happened in Beizhou City, it will not affect your entry into Beiyang. You should go to Beiyang's Emperor Palace to find your parents first. I will return to the Huairou family first and inform my father about this matter to discuss with him how to deal with it." She spoke very casually, but there was a hint of heaviness in her eyes. Su Yun caught the heaviness, hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and said, "The matter of Beiyang is not urgent. I haven't seen my parents for so many years, so I'm not in a hurry. Right now, the most important thing to do is to remove the curse on your father's body. You will be in a lot of trouble by yourself, so I'll go back with you." Huairou Muyu had helped him many times. Now that she was in trouble, how could he not repay her? When Huairou Muyu heard this, her eyes lit up and the heaviness in her heart faded a lot. She nodded repeatedly and said softly, "Su Yun, if I have your help, that would be for the best. I hope it won't affect your meeting with your parents. The most important thing is to deal with this matter. Yimo Xian is also a threat to me. In that case, let's quickly return to Wuyi City." And after making the decision, Huairou Muyu returned to Beizhou City first. Ling Qingyu went into the sword sheath, and Su Yun followed her into Beizhou City. Yimo Xian didn't have much power in Beizhou City. Most of the cultivators who attacked the two of them were invited by Yimo Xian using profound coins. After Yimo Xian controlled the Huairou family's power in Beizhou City, he immediately mobilized the funds inside to recruit troops and plan for the future. Although he had threatened Huairou Gong's life, he knew that with Huairou Gong's temperament, he would definitely not hand over the Huairou family because of him. Therefore, without alerting the snake, he used Huai Rogong's life to threaten Huai Romuyu to hand over the Sacred Heart. As long as the Sacred Heart was in his hands, he would not only control Huai Rogong's life, but also the life of the entire Huai Ro family. With Huai Rogong's trump card, Huai Romuyu would definitely not dare to release the Sacred Heart on him. This plan was foolproof, and with this treasure as a threat, the Huai Ro family could easily obtain it. However, Yi Mo Xian never thought that when the plan was carried out, he would encounter an accident like Su Yun. This was an unexpected accident. He didn't care about Huai Rogong's life. He only cared about Huai Romuyu's and his own life. For this, he even dared to attack Yi Mo Xian at all costs. After returning to Beizhou City, Huai Romuyu immediately rescued Xiao Yin and the others and quickly took over the Huai Ro family's power in Beizhou City. Using the remaining profound coins, Huai Romuyu temporarily hired a group of local armed forces to escort the two of them back to Wuyi City. These people were all trustworthy existences. Their backgrounds were clean, so there was no need to worry. When the two of them were preparing to return to Wuyi City, Xiao Yin came to report that she had found Butler Mu's body in the backyard of the Huai Ro mansion. Huai Romuyu hurried over, only to see that Butler Mu's body was already pitch black. Many parts of his body had turned into black liquid, and his death was miserable. He was also an expert, so his body wouldn't rot so quickly. Judging from his wounds, this was definitely not a righteous force. Butler Mu's tragic death made Huai Romuyu's hatred for Yi Mo Xian grow even stronger. The group set off, rushing from Beizhou City to Wuyi City without stopping. The journey was peaceful and there were no more incidents. When he stepped back into the Huai Ro family's mansion in Wuyi City, Su Yun really felt a lot of emotions. There were many disputes in a wealthy family. This sentence was indeed true. Huai Romuyu hurriedly led Su Yun to the cultivation courtyard of Huai Ro Palace. It was an imposing courtyard made entirely of gold and jade. There were guards stationed in front of the courtyard, and dragon and phoenix carvings could be seen everywhere on the ground and walls. The walls were thick and tall, and it was majestic and imposing. Of course, the cost was definitely not cheap, because Su Yun could hardly count how many formations were set up here. In the courtyard, there was a lion-like spirit beast with raging flames all over its body. When Su Yun and Huai Romuyu entered, the spirit beast immediately rushed over. It shed the flames all over its body and rubbed against Huai Romuyu's calf. Then, it roared at Su Yun and stood in front of him with a vigilant expression, as if it didn't want to let it pass. "What is this thing?" Su Yun looked at the spirit beast with some displeasure and couldn't help but ask. "This is the guardian spirit beast that father raised, the fire spirit beast. Its strength isn't high, but it can feel all hidden dangers." Huai Romuyu said softly. "However, because it is too sensitive, it will treat many destructive magic treasures as dangerous existences. It probably has some powerful magic treasure on you that has aroused its disgust." "Is that so?" Perhaps it was the death sword. The two of them bypassed the fire spirit beast and went straight into the house. After being summoned by Huai Rogong, the two of them pushed the door open and entered. Inside the door, Huai Rogong, dressed in a loose robe, was writing at the table. Beside him, a maid with extraordinary strength was grinding ink for him. Although Huai Rogong was a merchant, he wasn't fat, nor did he have any kind of delicate and tender appearance. Instead, he was tall and strong, and his skin was dark, making him look more like a spirit cultivator. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, giving off a very decent impression. When he saw the two of them enter, Huai Rogong immediately stopped writing and said with a smile, You're here? This is the Su Yun, young Master Su that you mentioned, right?" He is indeed a talented person. Your father has good eyes." Su Yun whispered to Huai Romuyu. Very few people praised him, mainly because he was wearing a cloak and not many could see his face clearly. Huai Romuyu pretended not to hear and bowed to Huai Rogong. Then, she told him everything about Yi Mo Xian. When Huai Rogong heard this, his smiling face suddenly calmed down. He quietly looked at the glowing words on the table in front of him. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. Actually, I've long sensed that Mo was disloyal. I've always been deceiving myself that he's Brother Ye's son, so he must be a righteous and upright person. But, Sai, perhaps I was wrong from the beginning. At this point, a trace of sadness flashed through Huai Rogong's eyes. When Suyin saw this, he suddenly understood. Indeed, what kind of shrewd existence was Huai Rogong? To be able to manage the Huai Ro family to such a scale. How could he be a foolish person? It was just driven by the human heart. Even the people of the ultimate martial world, no matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't get rid of their most primitive instincts and helplessness. Then, does Master Huai Ro know who Green Ghost King is? Suyin asked. Green Ghost King. Huai Rogong was slightly surprised. Did he appear to? Is he related to the Huai Ro family? Huai Rogong hesitated for a moment, but in the end he nodded. Chapter 486. Regarding the matter of the Green Ghost King, it probably had to be traced back to the first-generation patriarch of the Huairo family, which was also the generation of Huairo Zongjian. At that time, the Huairo family was not a pure merchant family, but a half-merchant and half-martial family. This was a reproduction model used by the great families of the ultimate martial world. The merchants earned spirit coins and handed them over to the martial artists for cultivation. The martial artists protected the merchants and continued to earn spirit coins. At that time, Huairo Zongjian was a spirit cultivator with an extremely high cultivation. However, almost all of his cultivation came from his own hard work and opportunities. He did not have extraordinary talent, and at that time, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He could no longer rely on hard work to break through. Only by absorbing a large amount of cultivation coins could he advance. For this reason, Huairo Zongjian began to raise money everywhere in preparation for a breakthrough. However, when he gathered the money together, he suddenly thought that if he broke through today and was on the verge of breaking through again in the future, where would he get the money to break through? The people who lent him money were all merchants. Seeing others doing business so well, they were extremely envious. Thus, after a fierce ideological struggle, Huairo Zongjian finally decided to use the money for his breakthrough as the initial capital and officially began his own way of doing business. Although he did not have any talent in cultivation, he displayed a shocking talent in business. He used magic treasures to resell, repair, and circulate magic treasures, and in a short span of 3 years, he forcefully earned 1 million cultivation coins to 70 million, and was called a genius in the business world by the local spirit cultivators. Huairo Zongjian was not complacent. He constantly opened new shops, learned from others, and used his own unique methods to make up for other shortcomings. He established the Huairo Exchange, made a name for himself, and continued to expand his Chamber of Commerce. Cultivation coins started to flow into his pocket continuously, and his reputation grew bigger and bigger. However, people were afraid of being famous, and pigs were afraid of being fat. When he earned so much, the Supreme Expert had his eyes on him. A powerful Supreme Expert descended upon Wuyi City and used overwhelming methods to force Huairo Zongjian to sign an unfair treaty. He required the Huairo Chamber of Commerce to pay cultivation coins every month. At that time, the amount was very high, close to 10 million cultivation coins every month. This was almost the peak income of the Huairo Chamber of Commerce. Huairo Zongjian explained his difficulties to the Supreme Expert, saying that he was unable to pay so many profound coins, but it was useless. The Supreme Expert did not listen at all. If he did not pay the profound coins, the Huairo Merchant Association would be completely destroyed by force. Helpless, Huairo Zongjian could only try his best to make up for it. In those few months, the Chamber of Commerce could barely make ends meet. Huairo Zongjian's heart was filled with bitterness. He accidentally met the person in charge of another Chamber of Commerce. When he accidentally mentioned this matter, the person in charge also had a bitter expression. It turned out that the matter of being extorted and blackmailed by the Supreme Expert was not unique to his Huairo Chamber of Commerce. Instead, it happened to many Chamber of Commerce. The strength of the Supreme Expert was extremely high, and they were no longer bound by moral rules. They could do whatever they wanted. Hearing this, Huairou Zhongjian sighed deeply in his heart. However, that supreme expert's demand for profound coins was so outrageous. The Huairou Merchant Guild would definitely not be able to hold on for long. Huairou Zhongjian couldn't fight against that supreme expert and had no other way out. He told that supreme expert that he would disband the Huairou Merchant Group in the future and would no longer do business. However, things were not as perfect as Huairou Zhongjian had imagined. That supreme expert couldn't take it anymore. 10 million profound coins per month had increased his cultivation speed by quite a bit. How could he let such a benefit disappear in vain? He demanded that Huairou Zhongjian had to support the Chamber of Commerce, or else he would refine it. Huairou Zhongjian couldn't bear the pressure, but he couldn't beat the other party. He was both angry and hateful. Finally, he decided to resist. He left the cultivation place of the supreme expert and returned to the Wuyi City's Huairou Merchant Guild. After 5 days and 5 nights of suffering, he came up with his half-business and half-martial strategy. He borrowed money from everywhere in the name of the Chamber of Commerce. While supplying the supreme expert with profound coins, he also used the borrowed money to expand the Chamber of Commerce and recruit people. Although he couldn't make ends meet, he still persisted. Just like that, he had prepared for a full 7 years. In these 7 years, the Huairou Merchant Guild had always been in a state of being bright on the outside and empty on the inside. No one knew how Huairou Zhongjian managed to survive. Perhaps the Huairou family had some luck. At that moment, a peerless spirit cultivator entered Huairou Zhongjian's line of sight. This person was very unique. When he arrived at Wuyi City, he was already seriously injured. It was said that he had been chased by his enemies for a total of 111 days. He had been ambushed by his enemies and poisoned, so he was no match for them. If he hadn't been poisoned, he definitely wouldn't have escaped. Although Huairou Zhongjian was a profit-seeking merchant, before this, he was also a kind-hearted person. Seeing that the other party was on the verge of death, his body was about to shatter, and his soul was about to be destroyed by the poison, he brought this person into the Huairou Manor to hide. After the enemy left, he healed him. After this person woke up, he was extremely grateful to Huairou Zhongjian. Huairou Zhongjian didn't mind and let him leave. This person wasn't an ungrateful person. We found out that Huairou Zhongjian was recruiting troops. He immediately expressed his willingness to help Huairou Zhongjian. Huairou Zhongjian was naturally overjoyed and immediately entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. Finally, the time was right. Huairou Zhongjian brought all the forces of the Huairou Merchant Guild and approached the supreme expert's cave to encircle and annihilate it. This encirclement lasted for an entire month. During this period, the Huairou Merchant Guild lost more than 70% of their forces, and Huairou Zhongjian was almost killed. If not for this person risking his life to save him, Huairou Zhongjian would have died a long time ago. In the end, under the combined efforts of Huairou Zhongjian and this person, the supreme expert finally died a tragic death. Huairou Zhongjian was overjoyed. He was even more moved by this person's desperate assistance. He felt that this person was someone he could befriend, so he became sworn brothers with him. The two of them managed the Huairou Merchant Guild together. One was in charge of business, while the other was in charge of martial arts. This person's name is Qin Jinya, the master of the Green Ghost Palace, Green Ghost King. Huairou Gong said in a low voice. What? Huairou Miyu was shocked. This person is actually related to the ancestor of my Huairou family. Huairou Gong nodded and said indifferently, the two of them ruled Huairou. It could be said that they were like fish and water, fire and firewood. Qin Jinya's cultivation was extremely terrifying. With his help, Huairou Zhongjian, the Huairou Merchant Guild was safe, and the Huairou family became more and more powerful under the two of them. The other merchant guilds followed suit, but they were not as effective as the two of them. Very quickly, the Huairou family became the strongest merchant guild, but because of this, they attracted the jealousy of the other merchant guilds and were plotted against. The Green Ghost King had an adopted son named Qin Yan. He was brave and ruthless, and every time he fought with someone, he would always place a large sum of money as a bet. He had always won less and lost more. At that time, in order to deal with the Huairou Chamber of Commerce, the hostile Chamber of Commerce of the Huairou Chamber of Commerce used Qin Yan as bait to trick him. They sent experts to fight with him and tricked him into stealing many of the Huairo Chamber of Commerce's property contracts from the Green Ghost King's hands. With these contracts, the Huairo Chamber of Commerce would lose control of these local Chamber of Commerce bases. Qing Yin was simple and did not understand the dangers of the business world. When Huairo Zhongjian heard this, he flew into a rage and wanted to punish Qing Yin. However, since he was the adopted son of the Green Ghost King, he only temporarily locked him up and went to the Merchant Guild to ask for the contract. However, an accident happened. At that time, the Green Ghost King was dealing with the Merchant Guild in another city and did not receive the news of this incident. When he rushed back to the Huairo family, he found that Qing Yin had already died tragically in the confinement room. It turned out that when the people from the Merchant Guild were fighting with Qing Yin, they had already cast a rare curse. No one would be able to detect it easily. Huairo Zhongjian did not expect that the other party would kill Qing Yin, so he did not inspect it. After Qing Yin died, the Green Ghost King rushed back, but he could not detect the curse. This curse was extremely powerful, and when the curse activated, it immediately disappeared without a trace. After all, the other party did not want to cause trouble. However, after the Green Ghost King examined Qing Yin's injuries, he believed that Qing Yin was completely killed by Huairo Zhongjian and broke off his relationship with Huairo Zhongjian on the spot. After investigation, he found out that this was all caused by the enemy Merchant Guild. The Green Ghost King was extremely protective. This was something that everyone knew back then. Qing Yin was treated as his own. So how could the Green Ghost King not be sad when Qing Yin died? Because of this, the Green Ghost King began to rebel and seize power. In the eyes of the Green Ghost King, without him, there would be no Huairo Merchant Guild. Furthermore, he is the martial head of the Merchant Guild. I don't know how many strong enemies he has repelled for the Huairo Merchant Guild. It would be easy for him to seize power. How could a group of merchants with low cultivation defeat a group of martial artists? The Green Ghost King was becoming more and more domineering in the Merchant Guild. Many people had received news that he wanted to usurp power, but Huairo Zhongjian did not make a sound, much less express his stance. Until one day, when someone suggested that the martial head be abolished and continued to operate the Merchant Guild with the president system, the Green Ghost King could no longer hold it in. That night, he launched an attack and went straight to Huairo Zhongjian's cultivation place. He wanted to kill Huairo Zhongjian and take control of the Huairo Merchant Guild. However, he never would have thought that Huairo Zhongjian's cultivation place was already filled with experts, waiting for him to come. Huairo Zhongjian was filled with sorrow as he cut ties with Green Ghost King. The two of them talked for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Huairo Zhongjian killed all of Green Ghost King's subordinates, but let Green Ghost King leave alone. Before leaving, Huairo Zhongjian said with tears in his eyes, "I will never hurt my brother." However, to the Green Ghost King, these words were pretentious. He swore that he would come back to take everything back. However, once he left, he hadn't been seen for so many years. I never thought that Yi Maxian would actually get in touch with the Green Ghost King. At this point, Huairo Gong's face was filled with helplessness and worry. When Huairo Muyu heard this, she didn't say anything. This was the first time she had heard of such a secret. In the past, she had only vaguely heard of it, but she didn't expect the whole story to be so complicated. If it's according to what Senior said, then this Green Ghost King's strength should be very terrifying, right? Su Yun said. It is said that he is currently in the true devil realm and has built a great power, the Green Ghost Palace. His power is peerless and unrivaled by ordinary people. But in order to prevent the Green Ghost King from seeking revenge after his death, the ancestor of my Huairo family set down 72 bright curses and restricted his movements. All these years, the Green Ghost King has been trying his best to remove these bright curses, so my Huairo family is safe and sound. If it wasn't for the bright curse, I'm afraid the Huairo family would have already become history. Oh, of course, other than that, the thing that the Green Ghost King fears the most is actually a magic treasure left behind by our ancestor. With this item, the Green Ghost King definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to the Huairo family. What is it? Sacred Heart, Huairo Gong said. When the two of them heard this, they immediately came to a realization. Suyin secretly kept an eye on him. Although it was difficult to determine the strength of the Green Ghost King when the Black Cauldron appeared, the aura that inadvertently leaked gave him an unprecedented shock. Dad, let's not worry about the Green Ghost King for now. The most important thing is to think of a way to remove the curse on your body. Huayro Muyu said. If Huayro Gong didn't have the threat of the curse, then there wouldn't be so much trouble. I will order someone to make the arrangements. Coincidentally, I have a friend who is a curse master. Maybe he will be able to do it. Huayro Gong said. That's great. Huayro Muyu said softly, her tightened eyes relaxing a bit. Master, something bad has happened. Master, something bad has happened. At this moment, an urgent call suddenly came from outside the door. Chapter 487. Hearing the servant's urgent call, Huayro Gong frowned slightly, stood up and shouted, What's the fuss about? A servant rushed in and hurriedly bowed to Huayro Gong, panting as he shouted, Master, there's a lot of black chi in front of our mansion. It seems to be demonic chi, but also seems to be ghost chi. It's very strange. This black chi can't be expelled. It can't be dispersed. And if you touch it, the flesh and blood on this body will fall to the ground. It's extremely terrifying. Black chi? Huayro Gong's eyes tightened. Without saying a word, he walked out of the house. Su Yun and Huayro Muyu immediately followed. The group of people arrived at the entrance of the Huayro mansion. At this moment, there were many experts of the Huayro family blocking the entrance, and in the distance were the servants of the Huayro mansion. When they saw Huayro Gong coming over, they all knelt down and bowed. Greetings, Master. The guard saluted and then opened up a path. Huayro Gong walked over, only to see a large amount of black chi floating in the sky outside the Huayro mansion. The pedestrians on the road had long since disappeared, and it was very quiet. The black chi was constantly rippling, and it was strange. When did these auras appear? Huayro Gong asked. About an incense's time ago, this subordinate thought that it was an unintentional act of a spirit cultivator, but I didn't expect that not only did these auras not dissipate, but they were also getting denser and denser. Furthermore, they were very corrosive and could not be touched. The guard at the gate cupped his fists and said, Do you know where it came from? It's a black skull. A black skull? Huayro Gong was slightly stunned. The guard pointed at the empty space opposite the gate. There, he saw a skull covered in cracks, quietly lying there. At this moment, the skull was no longer emitting black chi, but without a doubt, it should be a magic treasure, as if someone had deliberately left it here. Did someone do it on purpose? Huayro Gong thought. Su Yin looked at the skull and closed his eyes to feel the black chi floating in the sky. Suddenly, he realized that the black chi was somewhat similar to the chi emitted from the Black Cauldron. Could this be? Hiss, 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 hiss. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds came out. The pitch-black auras in the air suddenly moved. They quickly gathered together and formed their own groups. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge, evil face. This face was the same face he saw in the Black Cauldron. The appearance of his face gave everyone a fright. The guards of the Huayro residence all gathered and surrounded him. Huayro Gong stared at that face and said with a heavy voice, Green Ghost King? The black face moved, revealing a trace of a cold smile. Huayro Gong. Hee, the Huayro family is really getting worse with each generation. You're both merchants, but who knows how much stronger Huayro Zongjin's cultivation is compared to yours. The sinister voice came out with a very strong sense of disdain. Huayro Gong was not angry. He only said indifferently, There are talented people in every generation. Although I, Huayro Gong, am not good, it does not mean that there will not be any more capable people in my Huayro family. Just wait and see. Wait and see. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until then. Green Ghost King laughed coldly and continued, People of the Huayro family, everything you have now should belong to me, Green Ghost King, and not you. Huayro Zongjin used despicable methods to seize all of this. Now, I think it's time to take it back. What are you going to do? Huayro Gong said with a serious expression. In 10 days, I will send someone to Wuyi City to take back everything that belongs to me. Green Ghost King said in a low voice. Huayro Gong's face darkened. Green Ghost King, aren't you afraid of the curse that my ancestor, Huayro Zongjian, placed on you? Aren't you afraid of the sacred heart passed down by my ancestor? If you dare to mess around, you will definitely die. Curse. He, Huayro Zongjian, can't even do anything to me when he's alive. Am I still afraid of him when he's dead? Not to mention that sacred heart. You should ask its owner, Huayro Muyu, if she dares to use this treasure. Green Ghost King said. With that said, Huayro Gong immediately looked at Huayro Muyu. However, at this moment, Huayro Muyu was silent. Give me the sacred heart. Huayro Gong said in a low voice. Huayro Muyu took a step back and gently shook her head. Father, the curse on your body hasn't been lifted yet. If I give it to you, they will immediately kill you. Then use the sacred heart to kill them. I don't believe that anyone can escape the attack of the sacred heart, Huayro Gong said in a deep voice. However, Huayro Muyu still shook her head. She would never casually joke around with her father's life. When Su Yun fought with Yi Mo Xian before, Su Yun could ignore Huayro Gong's life and death. That was because Su Yun wasn't Huayro Gong's child, but she was. Seeing his daughter being so stubborn, Huayro Gong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. In fact, he knew better than anyone that although the sacred heart was powerful, it could only deal with one person. If he used it to kill Yi Mo Xian, not only would he die from the curse, but Green Ghost King would also persecute the Huayro family without any scruples. If he used it to kill Green Ghost King, Yi Mo Xian would probably control everything and use his own life to persecute the Huayro family. The effect of the Sacred Heart to save the situation was not strong. Green Ghost King let out a complacent laugh. Now that the curse can't restrain me, and this Sacred Heart has lost its effect on me, this is a great opportunity. Why don't I come and take what I deserve? Huayro, in 10 days, my disciple Yi Mo Xian will personally come here to take back everything that belongs to me. Prepare yourselves. Green Ghost King laughed. Although I won't carelessly use the Sacred Heart on you, this doesn't mean that I'll sit still and wait for death. No matter who comes, you have to prepare him to die. Huayro Muyu said in a low voice. Die? Green Ghost King sneered. Are you even worthy of saying that? It's better to take a bath and wait for me to extract your soul. After saying that, the twisted ghost face began to slowly dissipate. Even the aura in the air gradually disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Everyone's faces were very heavy. Huayro Gong was the most serious one. Now, none of the methods left behind by their ancestors to restrain Green Ghost King were useful. If the Huayro family didn't have an existence that could match Green Ghost King, then the Huayro family would definitely perish. This time, this is really bad. Huayro Gong sighed helplessly and muttered, Dad, there's nothing that can't be solved. Now that things have come to this, what we need to do is think of a way to deal with that Green Ghost King. Huayro Muyu said, Deal with? How? Huayro Gong shook his head and said, Green Ghost King is a powerful existence from the same era as our ancestor. Although he experienced a lot and his cultivation was greatly reduced, the current him is still peerless. Other than the top existences in Beiyang, no one can contend against such an expert. In the area outside Beiyang, he is a god. How do you want my Huayro family to deal with this god? However, Huayro Miyu didn't care about this voice. Her little face was full of seriousness as she looked at Huayro Gong and said seriously, Father, have you forgotten our ancestor? Could it be that the situation our ancestor faced was better than ours? If he isn't afraid, then why are you worried? After hearing Huayro Muyu's words, Huayro Gong didn't speak for a long time. After an unknown period of time, he sighed softly, nodded his head, and said with emotion, That's right, perhaps at this juncture, I am indeed inferior to you. Since you've already said that, then let's think of another way. After all, there's still 10 days of time. If we can remove the curse on my body within these 10 days and use the Sacred Heart to continue threatening Green Ghost King, then everything can be saved. Without Green Ghost King's support, Yi Maxian definitely won't act recklessly. Huayro Muyu nodded. Huayro Gong didn't hesitate. He immediately turned his head and shouted to the guard beside him, "Immediately send someone to inform Taoist priest Niao Lu and tell him to hurry to Wuyi City. Tell him that the Huayro family is in danger of being exterminated and ask him to help." "Yes, sir." The guard didn't dare to hesitate. He cupped his fists and left. "Taoist priest Niao Lu? Father, who is that?" "It's the friend I'm talking about. I asked him to come here to let him see my curse. He's from the Emperor Palace of Beiyang. He's powerful, knowledgeable, and knows array seals. He's not someone ordinary people can compare to. If he's here, he can at least think of a plan for me. Although my business talent isn't as good as yours, I've made some friends over the years." "Master Huayro, your friend is from the Emperor Palace?" Without waiting for Huayro Muyu to speak, Su Yun exclaimed. Huayro Gong looked at Su Yun with a puzzled expression. "Does little friend Su know someone from the Emperor Palace?" "I don't know him." Su Yun shook his head, then cupped his fists and said, "However, I've heard from others that my parents stayed in the Emperor Palace for a period of time. My parents have been separated from me for many years, so, if possible, I'd like to talk to that Taoist priest Niao Lu and ask about my parents." "This isn't difficult." Huayro Gong waved his hand. "You've saved Yu'er's life time and time again, so you're the benefactor of my Huayro family. I'll explain these things to Niao Lu." "Thank you very much." 3 days later, a middle-aged man wearing a green and yellow Taoist robe and holding a long sword was invited into the Huayro Manor. This person was Taoist priest Niao Lu. It was said that Taoist priest Niao Lu had left Beiyang and was working around Wuyi City, which was why he rushed over so quickly. When he heard that something big had happened to the Huayro family, Taoist priest Niao Lu rushed over without stopping. When Su Yun rushed to the reception hall of the Huayro Manor, Huayro Gong and Taoist priest Niao Lu had already been chatting for a long time. When Su Yun and Huayro Muyu walked into the hall, they began to discuss business. In order to prevent the Huayro family's business from being affected, Huayro Gong had completely sealed off this matter. He didn't even inform the upper echelons of the Huayro family. In fact, in his opinion, it was useless for the upper echelons of the Huayro family to participate in this matter. Most of them were merchants and could not help much. Su Yun and Huayro Muyu stepped forward and bowed to the man in the green and yellow Taoist robe. "Greetings, Taoist priest Niao Lu." Chapter 488. "Niece Muyu, I haven't seen you for many years. You become more and more beautiful. Not bad, not bad. The Huayro family has a junior like you. Your future is limitless." Taoist priest Niao Lu stood up and sized up Huayro Muyu. He nodded repeatedly and chuckled. Taoist priest is too kind. Huayro Muyu's expression did not change much as she said softly. Taoist priest Niao Lu placed his gaze on Su Yun. At this moment, Su Yun was wearing a cloak, but he had put down his hood. His facial features were handsome, but his face was extremely pale. Is this the handsome Su Yun that Brother Huayro mentioned? He really has a heroic spirit. Not bad. He is indeed a handsome talent. Taoist priest Niao Lu looked at Su Yun and nodded slightly. An unfathomable light shone in his eyes. Without this person, there would be no Yu'er. Huayro Gong said, "Yes." Taoist priest Niao Lu nodded, then turned his head to Huayro Gong and said, "Brother Huayro, the most important thing is to remove the curse on your body. I told someone to tell you to prepare the formation. Are you ready? I've already sent someone to set it up in the martial field." "All right, let's go to the martial field now." Taoist priest Niao Lu stood up and said, then went straight out of the door. Everyone followed. On the way, Su Yun could not hold it in any longer. He walked straight to Taoist priest Niao Lu's side and said, "Taoist priest Niao Lu, I wonder if Master Huayro has ever told you about me. You want to ask about your parents, right?" Taoist priest Niao Lu smiled. Su Yun nodded. "That's right. I still don't know your parents' names. Father Su Shintian, Mother Shun Shueshua. I wonder if you've heard of them." "Su Shintian? Shun Shueshua?" Taoist priest Niao Lu frowned and thought for a long time before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Su Yun. I really don't have any impression of you. To tell you the truth, the Emperor Palace is unprecedentedly large, and there are various factions within it. I belong to the Tao system, and just the disciples of the Tao system alone, there are 200,000 to 300,000 people in the palace. Including the other departments, the number of people in the Emperor Palace is no less than 1,000,000. Is that so? Su Yun was a little disappointed, but only lasted for a while. He cupped his fists again and said, "Since that's the case, then I can only personally head to the Emperor Palace to find traces of my parents. Little friend Su, if you don't mind, are you willing to follow me to the Sky Emperor Palace after this matter is over? If no one carries it, it won't be easy to enter the Emperor Palace." Taoist priest Niao Lu laughed. Hearing that, Su Yun was overjoyed and cupped his fists. "If that's the case, then it's really great. I'll have to trouble you. It's nothing worth mentioning. Furthermore, Brother Huai-Ro and I are brothers. Mu Yu is equivalent to my niece. You saved her time and again. Isn't that the same as saving my niece? It's only natural for me to do this." Taoist priest Niao Lu smiled. Not long after, the group arrived at the Huai-Ro Manor's training grounds. At this moment, the martial grounds had been renovated to its original state. The big hole that Su Yun had created had returned to its original state, and there were no traces of repair at all. They entered the martial grounds. At this moment, the formation seal inside the martial grounds had been removed, and in the center of the martial grounds, there was a huge blood-red formation. There were a large number of palm-sized patterns within the formation. There were mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, people, and so on. There were about 1,000 of them, and they were randomly arranged. However, looking at it as a whole, they formed a huge rune. It was mysterious and mysterious. Taoist priest Niao Lu walked forward and carefully examined the formation. He found that there was no way out of the formation he had thought of, so he said to Huai-Ro Gong, "Brother Huai-Ro, please enter the formation." Huai-Ro Gong nodded, stepped into the formation, and stood in the center. Taoist priest Niao Lu walked to a circle above the formation and sat down cross-legged. He placed his palms together and closed his eyes. He activated his profound energy and activated the formation. The great formation immediately overflowed with red light, and the images drawn inside floated up one by one, drilling into Huai-Ro Gong's body like fish. The floating portrait was like a rope that overflowed with light, rendering the entire martial field as magical as a secret realm, causing people to sigh with emotion. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the aura on Taoist priest Niao Lu's body gradually dissipated. The light from the formation gradually faded, and the images slowly drilled out from Huai-Ro Gong's body and returned to their original positions. Huai-Ro Gong and Taoist priest Niao Lu opened their eyes one after another. However, at this moment, Taoist priest Niao Lu's expression was somewhat ugly, while Huai-Ro Gong's face was extremely pale, as if he was about to lose all his strength. "Quick, give the old master a qi replenishing pill," Huai-Ro Mu hurriedly said to the servant beside her, and then anxiously asked Taoist priest Niao Lu, "Taoist priest, how is my father?" "It's the yin-yang life-binding curse. I don't know if this is a good or bad thing." Taoist priest Niao Lu sighed. "Yin-yang life-binding curse?" Su Yun and Huai-Ro Mu looked at each other. Neither of them had heard of this strange curse before. The yin-yang life-binding curse was created by an unknown female cultivator 3,000 years ago. This female cultivator was very infatuated, and her requirements for her dual cultivation partner were very harsh. Whoever wanted to be her dual cultivation partner, she had to make the other party sign this curse. After this curse was formed, the two of them would be one, and they would live and die together. This was originally a curse often used by lovers to restrain each other, but because its curse was simple and could be invisibly placed on the other party, some cultivators began to use it to restrain their enemies. However, this curse had long been lost, and I only learned a little about it from the ancient books. I don't know too much about it. Yin is female, yang is male. If my guess is correct, Yimo Xian might have lied to everyone. He didn't form a curse with Brother Huai-Ro. The one who formed the curse should be a female cultivator who is used to casting curses. Yemo Sien said this just to intimidate you. If that's the case, then even if we kill Yemo Sien, Father will be fine. Huayro Muyu said solemnly. Taoist priest Niao Lu nodded. That's right, but if something happens to Yemo Sien, I'm afraid Brother Huayro's life will be hard to protect. After all, even if the person who cast the curse isn't Yemo Sien, it must be his people. I don't know the method to remove this curse. If the person who cast the curse doesn't personally remove it, I'm afraid this curse won't be able to be removed from Brother Huayro's body in a short period of time. This is troublesome. I thought that after subduing Yemo Sien, he would be able to remove the curse, but I didn't expect that Yemo Sien wasn't the real person who cast the curse. In this way, we don't even know who the person who cast the curse is. How can we remove it? Su Yin frowned and said in a low voice. The expressions of everyone present were rather ugly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. At this moment, Huayro Gong's voice came out. He slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, if the curse can't be removed, I can die. Muyu, you have the Sacred Heart, which is enough to deal with Green Ghost King. As long as he is intimidated, the Huayro family will have no worries. Father, do you think I will give up on you just like that? Huayro Muyu said calmly. Her voice was very soft, but it was very firm. Huayro Gong was stunned. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Although he knew what the curse was, he still didn't have a solution. The Huayro family was still in a tense atmosphere. It was reported that the great master, Huayro Ding, who had left home a few days ago, was on his way back to the Huayro family. As the former head of the Huayro family, Huayro Ding was much stronger than Huayro Gong in terms of strength and connections. Right now, the Huayro family could only place all their hopes on Huayro Ding. Although Su Yun wanted to help Huayro Muyu, there was nothing he could do in the current situation. He could only cultivate in the cultivation area that Huayro Muyu had arranged. Of course, what he wanted the most right now was to learn the burning heaven sword formation that Ling Qing Yu had mentioned. On the fourth day, Su Yun came out of the cultivation area early. He only said a few words to Huayro Muyu before leaving the mansion alone. He left Wuyi City and came to a hillside outside the city. A white light flashed past, and Ling Qing Yu stood beside Su Yun. This place is big enough. Qing Yu, you should properly display all the power of the burning heaven sword formation. Su Yun said with an itch in his heart. I can teach you, but you must remember not to be impatient. Impatience is a taboo when cultivating any profound skill. Haste makes waste. You can't become fat in one bite. You must concentrate on cultivating, understand? Ling Qing Yu looked at Su Yun and said. Su Yun nodded his head seriously. Seeing this, Ling Qing Yu began to use the burning heaven sword formation. The scorching temperature gradually rose, and the earth turned red. The clouds in the sky seemed to be ignited by the flames, and they were even more colorful than the sunset. Su Yun stared at the 9 swords that were flying in the air with rapt attention, and his eyes became more and more blazing. When the first sword turned into a fire phoenix and flew out, at that moment, it was as if the air was ignited, and the blazing heat wave continued to spread in all directions, rippling unceasingly. The fire phoenix crashed into a mountaintop and razed it to the ground. How terrifying was its power! The advantage of the burning heaven sword formation is destruction, and its destruction is far more than that. The burning heaven sword formation is divided into 9 stages of attack, and the destruction of each stage is different. The first stage is the initial attack, and the power is about twice the power of the caster, and the second stage is twice the power. The third stage is 4 times the power, the fourth stage is 8 times the power, the fifth stage is 16 times the power, the sixth stage is 32 times the power, the seventh stage is 64 times the power, the eighth stage is 128 times the power, and at the ninth stage, it is 256 times the power. Each stage has different degrees of flames to assist in the attack, and at the ninth stage, the fire is the White Crag Divine Fire, which can burn the heavens and devour the earth. It is so terrifying. After Su Yun heard this, he was secretly speechless. It was so terrifying, and at the ninth stage, it was more than 200 times the power. Didn't that mean that with his 5th grade of Spirit Master cultivation, he could unleash the full power of a peak 6th grade? How shocking would that be? However, Su-Yun, don't be too happy. This burning heaven sword formation is not as easy to train as the previous sword formations. Because of its astonishing destructive power, the difficulty of training it has also greatly increased. I spent 3 days to learn the first sword, but I spent 3 years to learn the 9th sword. Although your aptitude is good, I don't think you are much stronger than me. You better concentrate on training. Don't be impatient, otherwise it will be difficult to learn this formation. I understand. Su-Yun nodded. Ling Qingyu nodded and said, all right, since that's the case, let's start practicing the formation. Chapter 489. The profound qi activated by the burning heaven sword formation was mainly based on the scarlet sun spirit qi, not the swift wind spirit qi or the pure divine spirit qi. Although Su-Yun had the monarch occult force, he rarely used the scarlet sun spirit qi. It could be said that among the 5 main attributes, the scarlet sun spirit qi was the one he used the least. In the following period of time, Su-Yun followed Ling Qingyu to practice the burning heaven sword formation. Controlling the sword formation was an advancement of using qi to control the sword, and controlling the burning heaven 9 swords required the control of the scarlet sun spirit qi. In addition to practicing the control of the sword formation, Su-Yun also cultivated the power of the scarlet sun. In Wuyi City, 10 fire spirit pills. Su-Yun said to the old man in front of the counter. Taking the fire spirit pill before cultivation could make the scarlet sun spirit qi smoother and purer. In the past few days, Su-Yun would come here to buy pills. Although the Huiro family had everything, Su-Yun was still unwilling to ask for help from Huiro Muyu. After spending 2.5 days, Su-Yun finally mastered the first sword of the burning heaven sword formation, Phoenix Dance in the Sky. It would take at least 10 days to master the second sword. This was a speed that could only be achieved with extremely high talent and guidance from an expert. If it was an ordinary person, their cultivation speed would be at least 10 times slower. Su-Yun strictly followed Ling Qingyu's words and did not have the slightest intention of taking advantage of the situation. 100 cultivation coins. The shopkeeper said to Su-Yun as he took out a small bottle containing 10 fire spirit pills. Su-Yun counted out 100 cultivation coins from his storage ring and placed them on the table. He took the fire spirit pill and left. The cultivation coins from the last competition had all been absorbed. He only had a few thousand cultivation coins left for expenses. If he could participate in such a competition again, he would definitely not miss it. Not to mention that he could gain combat power from fighting. The cultivation coins he obtained could also greatly improve his own strength. Just as Su-Yun walked out of the pill shop, he suddenly frowned and stopped in his tracks. This odor. He wrinkled his nose and took a deep breath. Then, he followed the smell and looked at the crowd. Although the smell was very thin, he could still feel it. This smell was very similar to the smell he smelled in the Black Cauldron. Green Ghost King? Su-Yun's heart jumped. Did he sneak into Wuyi City? This should be impossible. Why would such a big shot come to Wuyi City in advance? He had absolute strength. Would he come to Wuyi City in advance to launch a sneak attack? Perhaps it was just a subordinate sent by the Green Ghost King to investigate the situation. Or perhaps Yimashin? A person flashed across Su-Yun's mind, and his eyes instantly tensed up. He pulled up his hood, lowered his head, and followed the faint smell into the crowd, getting closer and closer to it. This qi was extremely faint, and in the sea of people on the street, it was almost non-existent. But because he possessed the monarch occult force, Su-Yun had an extremely sensitive sense of smell towards the qi emitted by any existence. Even if two extremely similar qi were mixed together, he could still easily distinguish them, and this ability became more and more obvious as his own strength increased. In the end, under the guidance of this faint, almost undetectable qi, Su-Yun's gaze focused on 2 people in the crowd 100 meters away who were wearing tall hats and couldn't see their faces clearly. Shape-shifting was not a difficult thing for existences at the Spirit Master level. For example, Su Yun could use profound qi to transform his body into someone else's appearance. However, this consumed a lot of profound qi and could be seen through at a glance. It was a low-grade profound skill, and no spirit cultivator would do this. If he used shape-shifting to disguise himself, he would be seen as an enemy if he was seen through. No matter who it was, if they discovered that the other party was deliberately disguising themselves, they would subconsciously think that the other party had some ulterior motive, and perhaps this motive would threaten them. Therefore, the two of them would rather wear hats to cover their faces than change. Su Yun, who had the shape-shifting bone piece, didn't need to do this. The bone piece was a magic treasure that could transform perfectly. With the cultivation of the Spirit Master, even people with the same cultivation level wouldn't be able to see through it. Who were these two people? Would Yi Maxin be among them? Su Yun thought to himself as he lowered his head and quietly followed them. The two of them didn't say a word as they walked straight ahead. They passed through the main street with ease and arrived at a restaurant at the end of the street. They directly entered the restaurant. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately followed. "Yo, sir, how many people are there?" The waiter hurriedly came over and said with a smile. "One." Su Yun said indifferently. "All right, sir, this way, please." The waiter greeted enthusiastically. Su Yun nodded, but his gaze was sizing up the restaurant. However, he was surprised to find that the restaurant was bustling with customers, but there weren't many people in the restaurant. Not only that, the two people who came in earlier were also nowhere to be seen. "Is there a second floor here?" Su Yun couldn't help but ask. "No," the waiter answered. Just then, a few more spirit cultivator-s walked in, and the waiter immediately went over to greet them. The few spirit cultivator-s whispered a few words into the waiter's ear, and the waiter nodded his head and greeted them into the back hall of the restaurant. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately walked towards the back hall, but the waiter came out soon. When he saw Su Yun walking over, he hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Sir, what are you doing?" Su Yun frowned and said, "I want to go in." "Do you have an appointment?" The waiter smiled. "Appointment? What appointment?" "Of course it's an appointment to enter our special service area. If you don't have an appointment, you can't enter." "Then how do I make an appointment?" Su Yun asked. However, the waiter shook his head lightly and didn't say anything. He ignored Su Yun and was about to run to greet the other guests. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately pulled him back. He hesitated for a moment, then took out more than 10 profound coins from his storage ring and stuffed them into the waiter's hands. The waiter quickly put it into the space bag at his waist, then smiled and said, "Sir, it's actually not difficult to make an appointment. You just need to find a guest who has already made an appointment and have him bring you in. After you enter for the first time, you will become a member. The next time you come here, you can enter and exit as you please." "What's inside?" Su Yun asked. When the waiter heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "Customer, you don't even know what's inside?" Seeing that, Su Yun knew that this question was not right. He immediately coughed twice and said, "I heard a little. It seems to be quite interesting. Forget it. I'll just find someone to bring me in." The waiter nodded, looked at Su Yun again, then turned around and left to greet the other guests. It seemed like there was something else going on in the inner hall. Special service area? What kind of place could it be? Su Yun thought for a while, then immediately left the restaurant and returned to the Huairou mansion. Although Huairou was the largest chamber of commerce in Wuyi City, it did not mean that it controlled all the shops in the city. Some shops were opened by rogue cultivators. They established a cooperative relationship with the Huairou family. The Huairou family provided protection to ensure that their shops could be opened safely and provided a supply of goods. In return, they paid a corresponding proportion of cultivation coins every month. However, judging from the waiter's words and actions, the special service area in the back hall of the restaurant might not be a serious business. It was better to ask Huairou Muyu. Inside Huairou Muyu's embroidery pavilion, behind Zuejiang restaurant, Huairou Muyu, who was slightly pale, looked at Su Yun with a haggard expression. There's nothing behind it, but there's an underground arena below the restaurant. It's a place where spirit cultivators fight for fun. Of course, there's also a corresponding gambling house. For spirit cultivators who like excitement and fighting, that place is a paradise. If that's the case, why do you have to be so secretive? Is it because you can't see the light? Suyin asked. Indeed, it can't be seen, Huayro Muyu said softly. In this kind of underground arena, many spirit cultivators die every day. The rich watch the spirit cultivators fight and place bets, while the poor go on stage to fight, earn bonuses, and increase their combat power. The winner can get a generous reward of profound coins, and the losers are almost all killed by the winner, without exception. It's impossible to move this kind of place to the surface. If some supreme expert were to find out, I'm afraid it would cause them to be dissatisfied. Do powerful existences care about the lives of some lowly spirit cultivators? To say that they care, it can also be said that they don't care. They can kill everything with a flip of their hand, but they don't allow spirit cultivators to kill each other. In their opinion, spirit cultivators killing each other and dying one after another will only cause them to lose resources that they can use, so they oppose this kind of thing. In front of the powerful existences, all of us are just useful things in their eyes. If they are angry, they can destroy it themselves, but they won't allow us to destroy each other. Therefore, although everyone knows about this kind of underground arena, they can't bring it to the surface. When Su Yin heard this, he suddenly nodded and said, seeing that you understand it so well, does your Huayro family also have a share? The Huayro family has half of it. No wonder. Why are you asking this? Are you interested in this? Huayro Muyu asked. Yeah. Su Yin smiled. Can you think of a way to get me in? I want to take a look. I'll get someone to arrange it for you right away. Huayro Muyu said softly. All right, it's a deal. I'll go over at noon tomorrow. After saying that, Su Yun turned around, waved his hand, and left the mansion. Huayro Muyu looked at Su Yun's departing back and sighed after a long time. Her thoughts once again drifted to Yi Ma Xian, who was about to arrive at Wu Yi City in a few days. With the support of Green Ghost King, Yi Ma Xian this time would be completely different from last time. How should the Huayro family deal with him? Xiaoyin, Huayro Muyu shouted towards the door. A moment later, the servant girl, Xiaoyin, hurriedly ran in. Miss, what are your orders? When will Grandpa arrive at Wu Yi City? Reporting to Miss, the Grand Master will enter Wu Yi City in 2 hours. The Grand Master has already led the Second Master and Third Master to the city gates to welcome him. When Huayro Muyu heard this, a trace of relief flashed across her heavy face. Grandpa is here. He will definitely have a way. Perhaps this time, I can only rely on him. Chapter 490. On the second day, Su Yin finished cultivating the burning heaven sword formation early and rushed to the main street to wait. Although he wasn't sure if the owner of that familiar aura would appear again, he thought that it was most likely related to Yi Mo Xian, so he waited quietly. In the end, the owner of that aura appeared again when it was almost noon. Su Yin keenly captured this aura and immediately followed it. Soon, he locked onto the two of them. They still walked towards the Cuijiang restaurant with ease. On the way, the two of them didn't say anything. After entering the restaurant, the waiter immediately led them into the underground arena. Su Yin waited outside for more than 10 seconds before walking in. Yo, sir, you're here again? The waiter's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Su Yin. I have an appointment. Su Yin said indifferently. May I ask for your name, sir? Su Yin. Su Yin revealed his qualification card. The waiter looked at it and immediately ran into the back hall. A moment later, the waiter ran out with a respectful expression. He first bowed to Su Yin, then said anxiously, So it's Lord Su. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Lord, quickly come in, please come in. The waiter seemed to have changed into a different person. He was extremely enthusiastic towards Su Yin. Not only did he lead Su Yin to the underground arena, he knew that it was Su Yun's first time here, and he even acted as a commentator, explaining everything about the arena to Su Yin. The back hall didn't have any complicated decorations. It was just a small room with a counter on the left and right side of the room. There were staff standing in front of the counter, and at the end was a glowing door. Without the permission of the person in charge, no one could pass through this door. The two of them entered the door and saw a black brick staircase that extended downwards. As they walked down, they could vaguely hear heart-wrenching cries and excited cheers. The air gradually rippled with a nauseating smell of blood, and the thick, profound energy began to touch Su-Yun's skin. There was a battle. Was this a battle from the arena? For the aura to be able to reach here, it could be seen that this so-called arena did not have any protective measures. "Sir, would you like to place a bet? Although I'm not a smart person, I've been here for decades. My eyes are sharp. Hee. Recently, a contestant called Changlan came. He's a true dark horse. Although his cultivation isn't the highest among these contestants, his martial skills are the strongest. If you want to play a few rounds, you can pay attention to this person. I'm sure you won't be disappointed," the waiter said with a smile. "Oh, really?" Su-Yun's brows twitched and said, "Betting on him will definitely win? Who did the others bet on to win? Don't tell me they all bet on him to win. That won't happen. Many guests bet on the contestants they brought to win. Many of the people who came here to play would bring a spirit cultivator to participate in the competition, but many of them were killed. What about the other two? Who do they bet on? Or is one of them here to participate in the competition?" Su-Yun asked casually, his eyes secretly observing the change in the waiter's face. The waiter's face froze for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "Those two? Sigh, my lord, it's fine if we don't talk about it. But these two are strange people. Normally, when guests come here, even if they don't bring their own contestants to participate, they will at least bet on other contestants. But those two guests are different. When they came here, they directly went into the private room to drink, neither watching the competition nor placing a bet, as if this arena is our restaurant. If we really want to drink, wouldn't a restaurant be better? Sigh, I really don't understand why I'm here." Hearing that, Su-Yun thought for a moment, then revealed a surprised expression and said, "There's actually such a strange person. Do you know which private room they are in?" "Heaven's number 3 private room. They go there every time." Su-Yun nodded and continued walking forward. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a long corridor. The noise here was even louder, and many spirit cultivators could be seen coming and going. Some were chatting in the corridor, while others were walking straight out. They were very casual, and there seemed to be no rules here. "My lord, you have already reserved room 7. Please follow me," the waiter said with a smile. "Reserve a private room? Could this be arranged by Muyu?" Su-Yun thought. At the end of the corridor was a huge arena, like the arena of ancient Rome. It was filled with spectators, but they were all sitting on floating rocks, watching the match. The arena was filled with people, and in the center of the arena, there was an even larger floating rock. At this moment, the floating rock was shining with a wanton light, and killing intent was rampant. 2 figures were fighting against each other, each holding a magic treasure and attacking the other. This was an attack that would not stop until one side was dead. The two of them had sinister expressions and bloodshot eyes. They did not have the slightest bit of fear and used all their strength, only causing the other party to die as their ultimate goal. The surrounding spectators let out tsunami-like shouts. Some of the excited people stood on the floating rocks and shouted at the arena. Whoever was at a disadvantage would be scolded by their supporters. The scene was extremely chaotic. The 7 Sky box was located in the area directly in front of the arena. It was a floating pavilion with a beautiful exterior. It was inlaid with gold and jade, and a layer of faint red light enveloped the entire pavilion. This was a defensive barrier, capable of withstanding the ranged attacks produced when the contestants fought. Every spectator stand had an energy barrier, but the VIP boxes was a bit stronger. The waiter led Su-Yun into the pavilion and left. There was a maid serving him in the pavilion, and if he had any requests, he only needed to ask. It was extremely convenient to watch the competition from the pavilion, and from the outside, it looked like a pavilion, but from the inside, it was completely invisible, and everything could be seen clearly from the inside. Su-Yun looked around the pavilion, then threw a few profound coins and let the maid leave. The maid bowed and left the pavilion, waiting outside. Seeing this, Su-Yun turned his gaze towards room number 3. "Qingyu," he called out. With a flash of white light, Ling Qingyu's figure quickly appeared beside him. She had already heard about all of this, so she didn't find it strange that Su Yun was here. Do you think one of those two is Yi Mo Xian? It's very possible, but I still need to confirm it. In 3 days, it will be the agreed time between the Green Ghost King and the Huairou family. At that time, Yi Mo Xian will replace the Green Ghost King and take everything from the Huairou family. Do you think Yi Mo Xian will appear at this time? What's more, why is he here? I don't know, but Wuyi City is filled with the Huairou family spies. Only this place is different. There are a large number of spirit cultivators gathered here, and many of them don't belong to Wuyi City. If he appears here, no one will suspect him. As for why he came here, I think it's most appropriate to ask him himself. What are you going to do? Ling Qingyu turned her head and asked, Can't we just subdue them? If Yi Mo Xian is among them, how can you easily subdue him? Although Yi Mo Xian's cultivation is not as good as yours, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. After all, he relied on that strange black cauldron to escape. If he can't use his profound qi, wouldn't it be easy to subdue him? Su Yin said. Ling Qingyu frowned. How? I haven't thought about it yet. Su Yin smiled awkwardly. Poison definitely won't work. I do know a lot of poisons that can temporarily lose profound qi, but these are all from the Sky Martial Continent. I don't know if they will have any effect on the existence of Spirit Master, not to mention that I won't be able to concoct such a pill in a short period of time. For now, I can only rely on a stupid method. Although the risk is not small, the success rate is not low either. Ling Qingyu frowned and asked, What method? Limitless sword sheath. Su Yun said, Other than the gate, nothing else can be passed through the sword sheath's world. If I take advantage of their unpreparedness and drag those two into the sword sheath's world, then everything will be easy. However, this method is a stupid method, and there are many unstable factors. First of all, these two people are much weaker than me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to subdue them. Secondly, if the limitless sword sheath can really trap them, if they have another magic treasure to escape, then all their efforts will be in vain. Hearing that, Ling Qingyu couldn't help but shake her head. What a stupid method. Su Yin, I thought you were always smart. I didn't expect you to come up with such a method. Stupid? Actually, other than that, there is another method worth trying, but I can't guarantee that the magic treasure will be effective against them. I have to figure out their cultivation before I can use this method. Tell me your idea. However, Su Yin didn't say anything. He pulled open his clothes and pointed at a black stone on his chest. Heavenly crystal? Ling Qingyu was slightly stunned. I only hope that this divine object won't disappoint me. Su Yun smiled and turned his gaze to the third VIP box. After staring for a moment, he took out some materials from his storage ring and started drawing. After a while, a small qi concealing enchantment appeared. Su Yun immediately sat cross-legged and covered the heavenly crystal with his hands. Su Yun, what are you doing? Are you really planning to use the heavenly crystal to deal with those two? This doesn't seem too realistic. Let's think of another plan. Ling Qingyu quickly said. Although the heavenly crystal's grade was not low, this magic treasure was too unusual. Even in the ultimate martial world, it was a treasure that was difficult for spirit cultivators to control. The heavenly crystal is a divine object, and it is a fierce beast that doesn't know how to be full. This time I can rely on it. If it is unable to succeed, I will drag those two into the sword sheath's world. Su Yun's eyes congealed, and his expression began to focus. Traces of profound spirit qi slowly seeped into the heavenly crystal on his chest. Gradually, the power contained within the heavenly crystal began to be released. A torrential power began to gush out like a river. The vigorous power crazily collided in the pavilion. If not for the pavilion's concealment, this qi would have already shocked everyone present. Chapter 491. Whoosh, a strange sound reverberated in the box, and it lasted for less than half an incense stick of time before it gradually stopped. Following that, a man wearing a cloak walked out of the room. He was panting, and under the pitch-black cloak was a blurry but pale face. He tried his best to breathe as he walked out. Sir, do you have any orders? When a maid guarding outside the pavilion saw Su Yun come out, she immediately bowed and said respectfully, Go inside and pack up. Su Yun said casually, then gathered his chi and flew towards room number 3. Although Su Yun's movements were extremely fast, looking out from the private room, he could see everything clearly. To the people in the private room, the pavilion seemed to be invisible. Su Yun flying over was naturally noticed by the two people. Su Yun quickly landed in front of the private room's door and knocked on it. Who is this guy? I'm not sure, but why would he come here for no reason? Be careful. The two people inside stared at Su Yun for a long time, then exchanged glances. Should we open the door? Let's see what he's here for before making a decision. All right. With that, one of them gave the maid a look. The maid bowed slightly, then walked towards the door and opened it. Almost at the same time the door opened, Su Yun's attention was immediately focused on the two people inside, secretly feeling and analyzing their strength. 5th grade of Spirit Master and 6th grade of Spirit Master? Su Yun's face darkened. Although they had deliberately hidden their cultivation, Su Yun was still able to keenly sense that they did not have a powerful, shielding magic treasure like Long Zhun's wristband. Who are you? What's the matter? A man wearing a tall hat asked Su Yun in a low voice. Su Yun looked at the two of them, quickly sized them up, and gave the maid a look. The maid understood and walked out of the pavilion. Su Yun walked straight in and closed the door. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with vigilance. However, they weren't afraid. They didn't think that the person in front of them could do anything to them. A 5th grade existence and a 6th grade existence. This required at least a 7th grade expert to crush. Hey, Lord Yi is asking you a question. How dare you not answer? If you have nothing else to do, then quickly scram. Don't disturb our Lord Ye's drinking. The other man with a slightly plump face shouted at Su Yun in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he secretly placed one of his hands on a space bag. Without a doubt, the two of them had sensed that something was amiss. However, Su Yun did not panic. He raised his head, and half of his pale face was reflected in their eyes. You called this person Lord Yi? What? Is this person really Yi Ma-Xian? With that said, the slightly plump man's face changed, and in an instant he took out his magic treasure, a wide and thick blade, and aimed it at Su Yun. The man wearing the tall hat did not panic. He took off his hat and raised his head to look at Su Yun, the corner of his mouth raised into a teasing smile. It really is you, Su Yun. I never thought that you would actually chase me here. Interesting. What are you doing here? Su Yun said calmly. Watching the competition. You definitely don't know that I've always liked this kind of cruel killing. Death and blood will make my blood boil. Yi Ma-Xian said with a smile. Aren't you here to monitor the movements of the Huairou family? Su Yun walked towards Yi Ma-Xian step by step and said calmly. Yi Ma-Xian didn't say anything, but a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Are you going to take me? Am I not qualified? If you still think I'm the Yi Ma-Xian from before, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Yi Ma-Xian smiled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black dot appeared on his forehead. Gradually, this black dot spread out like a blooming flower, spreading in all directions. A large number of lines spread out and slowly spread along his skin. A soul-stirring power rippled between the lines. It was extremely mysterious. Master has finally triggered the demonic power in my body. Now, my power has connected with Master's power. I can wantonly use 1/10 of his power. Although it's only 1/10, it's enough for me to crush you like an ant. Su Yun, I haven't even gone to settle the score with you, but you've delivered yourself to me. Great, this is truly great. Yi Ma-Xian smiled, the corner of his mouth turning colder and colder. He wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, he was only filled with pleasure and hatred. In his eyes, Su Yun was like a sheep that had entered the tiger's mouth. But at this moment, Su Yun seemed to have seen through everything and asked lightly, How do I remove the curse of Huairou Gong? You're still asking this at a time like this. You should think about how to protect yourself. Yi Ma-Xian shouted in a low voice. Then, a large amount of black gas suddenly appeared in his hand, and he directly grabbed Su Yun's neck. He actually wanted to subdue Su Yun. This kind of speed was indeed several times stronger than Yi Ma-Xian's. No wonder Green Ghost King dared to say such bold words and let Yi Ma-Xian come to Wu Yi City alone. Now, it seemed that Green Ghost King wasn't just talking nonsense. Yi Maxian did have this method, but just as Yi Maxian stretched out his hand, a pitch-black sword immediately flashed in his eyes and fiercely slashed towards the arm that was reaching out. Puchi! The sharp blade cut off Yi Maxian's arm like cutting tofu. Yi Maxian was stunned for a moment. He didn't even have time to react before pain filled his heart. His face turned pale, and he retreated a few steps. Looking at Su Yun, a black longsword had appeared in his hand at some point in time. This sword was very evil. It was like the most vicious demon under the 9 hells. The sword was pointed at him, and the cold air seemed to want to turn the entire pavilion into an ice cellar. Puchi! Another sound rang out. Yi Maxian felt his other arm turn cold. Then blood spurted out, and both arms fell to the ground. The opponent's speed was so fast that even his sensory nerves couldn't compare to it. Finally, Yi Maxian couldn't take it anymore. He cried out in pain and retreated. He leaned against the wall and sat on the ground. Blood spurted out crazily, and the profound chi in his body collapsed like a mountain. The protective magic treasure on his body, after linking with Green Ghost King's power, it formed a protective profound chi around his body. The powerful body of a 6th grade spirit master cultivator. In front of this pitch-black sword, it was like a joke. How is this possible? The last time he fought with Su Yun, he was attacked by the Tribulation Fire Sword. Almost none of the wounds on Yi Maxian's body recovered, and even Green Ghost King couldn't heal them. Helpless, Green Ghost King could only use a secret technique to create a prosthetic limb for Yi Maxian to temporarily recover his strength. The materials used for the prosthetic limb were all rare in the world, and with the fusion of Green Ghost King's powerful strength, its strength was astonishing and terrifying. However, facing Su Yun's sword, the prosthetic limb was still unable to withstand a single strike and was directly cut off. What kind of sword is this? Yi Maxian's eyes widened as he looked at the pitch-black sword, his entire body trembling. On the hilt of the sword, a huge blood-red death character appeared in his eyes. When the other slightly plump man saw this, he was stunned for a moment before he roared and rushed forward with his broadsword. "How dare you sneak attack, Lord Yi? Brat, watch this." As the sound of his voice faded, the broadsword swept out with a fierce wind and attacked. Is he worthy of my sneak attack? Su Yun thought to himself. He held the death sword with one hand and didn't dodge the broadsword. Instead, he faced it head-on. The death sword looked extremely thin, but the evil aura and killing intent it carried made it look like a ferocious beast. The buzzing and trembling sword slashed straight forward and collided with the broadsword's blade. There was a gotcha sound. The broadsword was instantly broken. When the person holding the broadsword saw this, his face turned pale. Before he could react, the death sword had already pierced through his upper body and came out from his head. That person's body stiffened, and he stood there motionlessly like a statue. Su Yun pulled back the death sword. He didn't look at that person, and his gaze was fixed on Yi Maxian. Yi Maxian was stunned. He stared blankly at the chubby man, only to see that a blood-red crack slowly appeared on the man's body, and drops of blood began to flow out. In the end, his entire body actually turned into countless pieces, scattering in one place, forming a small mountain of flesh. Fragments? This was definitely not the effect of a single sword strike. To outsiders, Su Yun's sword seemed to have only slashed once, but in reality, he had slashed out more than 1,000 times. Although his strength had greatly increased due to his master's help during this period of time, Su Yun, his strength also seemed to have become stronger. Impossible. This was impossible. He was just a mountain cultivator. How could his strength increase by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? This was absolutely impossible. Yi Maxian found it hard to believe. His pale lips trembled and his eyes lost focus. He looked at Su Yun's indifferent eyes and his nerves twitched. He thought that he could defeat Su Yun with 1/10 of his master's power, but he was wrong. The situation was the opposite. Su Yun had completely suppressed him with an even more powerful and terrifying power. He didn't know that Su Yun, who had activated the heavenly crystal and used the death sword as a martial art, had almost reached his peak strength. At this moment, He could easily defeat any 6th-grade spirit master cultivator. He didn't know where he got the courage from, but Yimashian suddenly gritted his teeth and stood up straight. He quickly gathered his profound chi and used it as his hand. He quickly reached towards a space bag at his waist. He was actually going to activate the treasure. Was he planning to run away? Suyun's eyes and hands were quick. He immediately gathered his profound chi and attacked Yimashian. Yimashian's chest was injured, and his entire body once again crashed into the wall. He almost broke through the wall of the pavilion, and the profound energy in his body was instantly scattered, making it difficult for him to gather it again. But this was not the end. He saw Suyun suddenly remove some magic treasure, and the aura around his body disappeared crazily. Yimashian tried his best to open his eyes, only to find that Suyun had taken out a pitch-black stone from somewhere and pressed it on his forehead. Yimashian's eyes widened, cold sweat dripped down his back, and his heart beat wildly. A terrifying scene happened. In that instant, he felt that the stone was like a bottomless suction cup, crazily devouring the profound energy in his body. Chapter 492. Puff. The heavenly crystal was taken from Yimashian's forehead by Suyun. The heavenly crystal that had been used up was now filled with profound energy again, and it was almost overflowing. Yimashian's profound energy was unimaginable. The surging profound energy surged inside the heavenly crystal, and the pitch-black color on its surface became even more demonic. On the other hand, Yimashian was like withered grass. His skin was dry, his cheeks were thin, and his eyes were sunken and lifeless. Even the strange black lines on his face had disappeared without a trace. He seemed to have aged a few years. Suyun put the heavenly crystal back on his chest and crouched down. He looked at Yimashian, who had both of his arms broken, and said calmly, "Do you want to live? You. Is it possible for you to let me go?" Yimashian raised his head and said with a faint smile, "I don't need to kill you. Once the curse of Huairo Gong is lifted, this matter will be over. With the Sacred Heart, Green Ghost King won't dare to invade the Huairo family. In this way, nothing will happen. What's the difference between killing you and not killing you? But if I do this, everything I've worked hard for all these years, everything I've prepared, everything I've worked hard for will be for naught." Yimashian's voice rose an octave, and his eyes were filled with a trace of unwillingness. "But if you don't do this, your bones will turn into dust." Suyun stared into his eyes and said seriously, "Foam and dust. Which one do you choose?" Yimashian was stunned. "Don't think about running away or asking for help. I've already drained all the profound energy in your body. Right now, you can't even activate the most ordinary magic treasure. It's impossible for you to escape my control. Tell me, how to remove the curse on Huairo Gong." Suyun said solemnly, "I can't say it. If I say it, even if you don't kill me, my master won't forgive me," Yimashian said in a low voice. Hearing this, Suyun thought for a moment and asked, "Why are you here? What is your purpose in coming here?" Yimashian hesitated for a moment and said, "Get off the formation." "What formation?" "The formation to deal with Huairo Ding." Huairo Ding? Suyun had heard of it before. This was Huairo Ding's grandfather. "Your master is afraid of Huairo Ding?" "Although I said I was afraid, I actually just wanted to save myself some trouble. Master's strength has already reached an unimaginable level. I think other than the Bei Yang, no one will be his match. Can't the Sacred Heart do anything to him?" Suyun asked. Yimashian hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. "If you use the Sacred Heart to kill him, won't you have nothing to worry about once he dies? So, you better obediently tell me everything you know, including how to remove the curse of Huairo Gong. I hope you don't lie to me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that not only will your body die, but your soul will also die." As Suyun spoke, he slowly pulled out the Tribulation Fire Sword. As soon as the deathly white sword appeared, the temperature of the entire pavilion instantly rose several times. Yimashian raised his dim eyes and looked at the sword. His body immediately trembled uncontrollably like a sieve. He had suffered from this sword before, and he had also heard from his master, Green Ghost King, how terrifying this sword was. Once he was injured by it, he would not be able to heal the wound. The injuries left behind from the last battle had yet to heal, so how terrifying was this sword? I'll tell you everything. Yi Maxian couldn't withstand the pressure of the tribulation fire sword. He gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "I'll tell you everything I know. Su Yun, don't kill me." "That's right." Su Yun raised his pale face and smiled. "I can guarantee you that as long as you tell me obediently, I will definitely not kill you and will let you leave. I'll let you be safe and sound." "Really?" Su Yun, I've always been a man of my words," Su Yun immediately said seriously. However, he didn't know that Ling Qingyu, who was in the sword sheath, had long since snorted in disdain when she heard this voice. "All right," Yi Maxian nodded. Although there was still some unwillingness in his eyes, he had admitted defeat this time. Su Yun's strength was beyond his imagination. He was afraid that in 3 days, with Su Yun around, it would be very difficult for him to succeed. If Green Ghost King didn't personally make a move, it would definitely be difficult for him to succeed. Yi Maxian sorted out his thoughts and looked at Su Yun with difficulty. Actually, a long time ago, Master was preparing to deal with the Huairou family. After I found out about the grudge between him and the Huairou family, I specially went to find him and obtained his trust. I came with him to deal with the Huairou family. It's impossible for me to do anything to the Huairou family by myself. However, the Huairou family is not a simple family, and Master has spoken of his concerns. The first is the 72 curse seals under the Huairou Zong sword. If I don't remove this curse seal, he definitely won't make a move on the Huairou family. Thus, in order to remove the curse seal, I have returned to the Huairou family many times to find a way to remove the curse seal, and hard work pays off. In the room of the Huairou Palace, I found a secret manual regarding the Huairou Zong sword. This secret manual has a detailed process regarding his unique 72 curse seals. According to this process, I spent a year to remove the curse seal on the Green Ghost King's body. To be able to break the curse seal with just a record, it seemed that Yi Maxian had some ability. Su Yun thought to himself, if the curse seal is removed, there is only one threat left, and that is the Sacred Heart. If the threat of the Sacred Heart no longer exists, then the Huairou family will be completely unable to stop the Green Ghost King. He can wipe out the entire Huairou family with a wave of his hand. Therefore, I used this curse to deal with Huairou Muyu. I wanted to obtain the Sacred Heart, but I failed. At this point, Yi Maxian's eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of undetectable light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Yeah, I failed." Su Yun caught the look in his eyes and suddenly felt enlightened. He said in a low voice, "Once you obtain the Sacred Heart, you will obtain the entire Huairou family. I'm afraid even the Green Ghost King won't be able to subdue you, right?" Yi Maxian suddenly raised his head and stared at him with wide eyes. "Well, I said should be right? You can't cooperate with the Green Ghost King for nothing. Everything you've done is for the Huairou family's huge business. If the plan succeeds, all of this will only belong to the Green Ghost King. You won't get anything, and it will still be the same as before. So, only by obtaining the Sacred Heart is the truth of all of this. I think you were lying to me when you said you would set up a formation to deal with the Huairou Ding, right? Your real goal is still the Sacred Heart," Su Yun said calmly. Yi Maxian's face was deathly pale. How could he have thought that Su Yun had already seen through everything in his heart? "Your plan is actually not bad. Take Huairou Gong's life and use him to deal with Huairou Muyu. However, you might have miscalculated one thing, and that is that Huairou Muyu might not bow down to you. She's a very smart woman, and I'm afraid she already has a way to deal with you. Are you the method that Huairou Muyu came up with?" Yi Maxian said unwillingly. "I'm not." Su Yun shook his head. "Coming to find you is my own decision. I don't care about Huairou Gong's life or death, and I don't care about the Huairou family's prosperity or decline. I did all of this because Huairou Muyu is my friend." Yi Maxian opened his mouth, speechless. Su Yun sat on the chair beside the table and lightly tapped the table with his fingers. He said to Yi Maxian, who was leaning against the wall, "Okay, now it's time to tell me how to remove the curse of Huairou Gong, right?" Yi Maxian lowered his eyes and thought for a while. Then he said in a deep voice, "To solve this technique, I must first go to a place and find a person. Is it the Yin curse of the yin-yang life-binding curse? You actually know that this curse is the yin-yang life-binding curse?" Yi Maxian said in shock. "The world is big, and there are countless strange people. This curse wasn't created by you, so how could I not know?" Su Yin said. Yi Maxian didn't say anything. Su Yin didn't waste any time and directly pulled him up. He stopped the blood from flowing from his arms and took out a large robe from his ring to cover him. Then, he took him out of the underground arena. After leaving the Cuijiang restaurant, Su Yun immediately took out his flying sword and pulled Yi Maxian out of the city like a bolt of lightning. Yi Maxian's entire body was trembling as he sat on the flying sword. The profound qi in his body had been sucked dry by Su Yun, and Su Yun had also injected hidden energy into his body to seal the spirit core in his body, making it temporarily unable to produce profound energy. Thus, on the flying sword, Yi Maxian suffered from the cold air invading his body. In addition, he was seriously injured, so his face was very pale, as if he was a dead person. The Yin curse is located at the Songlan River 2 days away from here. When we reach the river, I will call her out." Yi Maxian coughed a few times and said weakly. Su Yin nodded and pushed his speed to the maximum. In less than 2 days, the two of them arrived at the Songlan River. The Songlan River was a strange blue river. There were endless waves here, and there were demonic sounds rippling on the river. It was strange and unpredictable. Yi Maxian was brought to the riverside by Su Yun. Yi Maxian closed his eyes and chanted a few incantations. Then, he shouted with all his might, "Is Imperial Princess Hai Ming here?" His voice rippled and drifted on the river. The moment these words fell, the river waters surged, the sky darkened, and a violent wind suddenly rose, sweeping towards the entire river with an astonishing force. Su Yin calmed his mind and stared at the Songlan River. Suddenly, the water in the river rolled up into 2 large waves. The waves stood on the left and right as they continued to rise. The center of the river seemed to have been split into 2 halves by a knife and began to split. Not long after, a large number of bizarre and dazzling demon beasts appeared in Su Yun's line of sight. At the very front of the demon beast was a young woman with scales all over her body. Her lower body was the tail of a fish, and her upper body was that of a young woman. Her body transformed, and her fishtail transformed into a pair of slender legs. She walked out of the river and headed toward land. "Yi Maxian, what business do you have with me?" The woman sized up Yi Maxian with her golden eyes and said lightly. Chapter 493. Imperial Princess Hai Min. With a pale face, Yi Maxian called out, "I order you to immediately remove the yin-yang life-binding curse." These words surprised the woman with the characteristics of a fish. She looked at Yi Maxian with her golden eyes and then stared at Su Yun vigilantly. She said in a deep voice, "Your situation doesn't seem ideal. You painstakingly begged me for the yin-yang life-binding curse. Why do you want to remove it now? Did you do this because of this person's coercion? If that's the case, I can remove this threat for you." As the sound of his voice faded, the monsters in the Songlan River all rushed out and surrounded Su Yun tightly. The terrifying water halberds and water tridents fiercely aimed at his face. Su Yun looked around, raised his head slightly, and said indifferently, "Imperial Princess Hai Min, it seems like you're not friendly to me. Don't be nervous. I'm Yi Maxian's friend." After saying that, he bumped Yi Maxian's back with one hand and said, "Young Master Yi, is that right?" Yi Maxian's arms were broken and his entire body was covered in wounds that could not be healed. His entire life vein was in Su Yun's hands. How could he disobey his will? He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Imperial Princess, don't misunderstand and don't waste time. Quickly remove the yin-yang life-binding curse. Quickly." The Imperial Princess's golden eyes focused. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "All right." The Imperial Princess no longer insisted and nodded. "No matter what your reason is, the last thing I, Imperial Princess Hai Min, have done for you has been completed. From now on, You and our Tsanglan River will not owe each other anything." After saying that, the imperial princess raised her fish-scaled arm and gently waved it. The surrounding creatures in the river all retreated. Imperial Lady Hai Min flipped her palm, and a blue light appeared. Following that, a blue and white 8 trigrams plate appeared in her palm. The 8 trigrams plate was still spinning gently, and 2 of the fish were intertwined. There was me and you and me. This is the main curse artifact of the Yin-Yang life binding curse. The Yin side belongs to Imperial Princess Hai Min, and the Yang side belongs to Huairo Gong. Yimo Xian said lightly. Imperial Lady Hai Min placed the artifact on the ground and activated her profound energy. The artifact of the Yin-Yang life binding curse shot out a lot of strange red light. The light was very dazzling like a star. However, this red light lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before a clatter sound was heard. The red light disappeared, and like a machine that had stopped moving, there was no more movement. What happened? Su Yin frowned. It failed. Emperor Hai Min stared at the artifact and shook her head. It's not easy to remove this Yin-Yang life binding curse. When it was first formed, it took me 3 days and 3 nights, and with Yimo Xian's help, I'm afraid it will take at least 3 days and 3 nights to remove it, and I need a 6th grade spirit master to help me. Otherwise, this curse can't be removed. 3 days? Su Yun frowned. His gaze swept towards the artifact and said indifferently, "Since you said that you need help, then how can I help you remove this curse seal? Just inject your profound energy into it continuously." Imperial Lady Hai Min said, "There's a curse seal inside the Yin-Yang life binding curse, and the seal is attached to the universe. If you want to remove the Yin-Yang life binding curse, you have to separate the universe. Separating the universe also requires a large amount of profound energy, and it's very difficult for me to do it alone. Therefore, only when you deal with the power of the curse seal can I focus on separating the universe and removing this curse seal." Hearing this, Su Yin took the artifact and scanned the internal structure. He found that there was indeed a powerful barrier inside that was difficult to explain. He secretly looked at Yimo Xian, only to see him leaning against a rock, panting with all his might. He was in endless pain, and Imperial Lady Hai Min had an indifferent expression from beginning to end. She didn't care about Yimo Xian, nor did she care about Su Yun. 3 days wasn't a long time, but if he wanted to remove this curse seal, he would probably consume a lot of profound energy. Moreover, he didn't know much about this Imperial Lady Hai Min, so if he fell in her trap, wouldn't it be troublesome? Su Yin thought to himself, feeling a bit vigilant. But very quickly, his worries were swept away. "Since you want help, fine, I'll help you remove this curse seal." Su Yin thought for a moment, then nodded and said seriously, "Very good." A golden light flashed through Imperial Lady Hai Min's eyes. With a wave of her hand, a dark blue light sputtered out from her palm and scattered in all directions. With the artifact as the center, it actually constructed a careful formation with a fish pattern on it. Imperial Lady Hai Min sat down, holding the artifact in one hand, and closed her eyes to recite an incantation. Su Yin took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and covered the artifact with his eyes closed. The 2 forces, one above and one below, rushed into the artifact. The dazzling star-like light from before appeared once again, shining brightly. It was very magical. Yimo Xian opened his eyes slightly and looked at the 2 people casting the spell. An unfathomable ripple appeared in his dim eyes. Su Yun's power was very strong. Because of the monarch occult force, his profound energy was complicated and extremely unstable, unlike Imperial Lady Hai Min. Her pure cold water aura was far from what Su Yun could compare to. As his aura seeped into the magic treasure, Su Yun immediately encountered the curse seal that Imperial Lady Hai Min had mentioned. He turned his profound qi into pure divine spirit qi, and with a sharp aura, he tore open a hole in the curse seal, allowing Imperial Lady Hai Min's aura to seep through and approach the universe. Imperial Lady Hai Min was slightly startled. Su-Yun's actions had truly shocked her. This person's aura was not considered strong, but it had an inexplicable sense of power. Furthermore, what was with his sharp aura? His cultivation shouldn't be high, but it gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. The cursed seal was suddenly torn apart, but Su-Yun did not feel relaxed. The cursed seal seemed to have sensed it later, and when Su-Yun's aura had already passed, it began to resist. The dense power began to crazily squeeze Su-Yun's profound chi, wanting to force every trace of his power out of the artifact. Su-Yun did not dare to be distracted. He focused on the artifact, and the profound energy in his body flowed in like a river. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was not difficult to subdue them. Judging from the strength of the aura, it seemed to be extremely similar to Yi Mo Xian's. Su-Yun, who had his eyes closed, looked inside the artifact and thought to himself. He focused his attention on the universe inside the cursed seal barrier, only to see that Imperial Lady Haimin's power was constantly revolving around the universe. There was a scarlet aura mixed within the azure blue, like the hand of a demon, constantly caressing the universe's power. However, even though he was caressing, Su-Yun could not sense that Imperial Lady Haimin had any intention of separating the universe's power. Imperial Lady Haimin, why haven't you made a move yet? Su-Yun asked. However, Imperial Lady Haimin did not answer him. On the contrary, the strange chi hand that was caressing the universe became faster and faster. One moment it was reaching up, the next moment it was caressing down. It was endless, but it never separated the universe's power. Su-Yun frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Although he did not understand the steps of the cursed seal, judging from what he saw, the situation did not seem to be good. Thinking of this, Su-Yun immediately withdrew his aura and stopped fighting against the cursed seal barrier. But the moment he removed the cursed seal enchantment, the power of the enchantment seemed to have gone crazy, pouncing towards his profound chi, and actually bit on Su-Yun's profound chi, not willing to let go in the slightest. Su-Yun frowned, opened his eyes, looked at Imperial Lady Haimin in front of him, and said solemnly, "You guys scheme to harm me? This can't be considered harm. I just want to live." At this moment, Yi Mo Xian, who was sitting, smiled weakly. "Oh, did you order her to do this?" Su-Yun said. "That's right, but I didn't see you communicate. How did you order her?" "You language." Yi Mo Xian smiled palely. 100 years ago, I accidentally saved Imperial Lady Haimin. In order to repay her kindness, she promised to do 3 things for me, and now this is the third. Su-Yun, although you are very smart, you would never have thought that after so many years of contact with Imperial Lady Haimin, I've already learned the Yu language. When we were talking just now, I had already used the Yu language to quietly discuss with Imperial Lady Haimin to deal with you together. Although Imperial Lady Haimin is strong, she is still not my match. Yi Mo Xian, if you place your hopes on him, then you are gravely mistaken. Su-Yun said calmly. Of course I won't be so stupid. Although I don't know your cultivation, how can I not be on guard after suffering at your hands? Therefore, I deliberately let Imperial Lady Haimin bring the dragon trap treasure and use it to pretend to be the yin-yang life-binding curse to trick you into entering the trap. Right now, all of your profound energy is in this dragon trap treasure, and it is difficult to extract it. If you don't get rid of the restrictions of this treasure, you will be like me, an ordinary person without the strength to trust a chicken. Haha. Yi Mo Xian laughed proudly. No one would have thought that coming to the Canglan River was actually a trap that he had set up. As for Imperial Lady Haimin, she had been acting according to Yi Mo Xian's words from beginning to end. She had no intention of removing the yin-yang life-binding curse. It was indeed difficult for anyone to get rid of this restriction. After all, this power was constantly consuming one's profound energy. The longer it dragged on, the weaker one's strength would be. However, Su-Yun was already prepared. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Su-Yun shook his head lightly. His eyes were already filled with impatience. With a low shout, the heavenly crystal in his chest instantly exploded. full of power poured out from his chest, attacking every part of his body. This power was all Yi Xian's power. In an instant, Su Yun's cultivation increased explosively. Heavenly Crystal. After using it, Su Yun absorbed all of Yi Xian's power, allowing him to use it again. What? Imperial Lady Hai Min was incomparably shocked. She knew that Su Yun had activated a magic treasure, but she didn't expect that the magic treasure Su Yun activated would cause him to undergo such a drastic change in such a short period of time. She immediately increased the activation of the dragon trapping treasure in an attempt to suppress Su Yun's profound energy so that he couldn't break free. The dragon trapping treasure was an extraordinary item. Even if Su Yun suddenly exploded, she could still use this treasure to forcefully suppress it. But in that split second, a white light flashed from the sword sheath behind Su Yun, and a beautiful figure appeared. The beautiful figure didn't hesitate at all. As soon as she appeared, she used her hand as a blade and slashed toward Imperial Lady Hai Min's neck. Imperial Lady Hai Min's expression changed drastically. She immediately removed the dragon-trapping treasure. Su Yun took the opportunity to withdraw his profound energy. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he stared at the beautiful figure in shock. "It's you again. Who the hell are you? Why do you always appear out of thin air?" Chapter 494. Now shouldn't be the time to think about this, right? Su Yun stood up and pulled out the Tribulation Fire Sword. He indifferently glanced at Yi Xian, who was leaning against the boulder. His eyes were filled with coldness, as if he had lost his last bit of trust and patience towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's entire body trembled violently. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Su Yun in fear. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his throat, he couldn't say anything. Whiz! At this moment, a large amount of golden light flashed past, overflowing with killing intent. Su Yun dodged to the side, only to see countless scales slashing towards him like swords. He pulled Ling Qingyu and dodged. The scales pierced through the gravel, flattened the trees in the distance, and disappeared. Looking at the owner of the scales, it was Imperial Lady Hai Min. "Yi Xian is my benefactor. I won't allow you to hurt him. If you dare to hurt him, then go die." Imperial Lady Hai Min shouted and grabbed the air with both hands. A slender pillar of water flew out from the river and gathered in her palm, forming a blue trident. Dragon Roar Rain Strike. Imperial Lady Hai Min struck out with her halberd, and a water dragon burst out from the halberd, aggressively pouncing towards Su Yun. Judging from her aura alone, this Imperial Lady Hai Min was also at the 6th grade of Spirit Master. Furthermore, she was at the edge of the river, so it was easier for her to release her profound skills. However, Su Yun was not afraid of her at all. He pulled out the Tribulation Fire Sword, and the blazing white sword fiercely collided with the water dragon. The intense heat continued to roast it. The surface of the water dragon shrunk by a circle, and a large amount of water vapor came out. When the water dragon got close to Su Yun, it was as thin as a small snake and did not have much destructive power. "That sword is so terrifying. You actually have such a scorching hot sword." Imperial Lady Hai Min frowned. She was very afraid of the Tribulation Fire Sword. "I'll use you to test my Burning Heaven Sword technique," Su Yun shouted in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, the Tribulation Fire Sword flew into the sky. At the same time, another 8 blazing red swords flew out from the sword sheath. These were all subordinate swords of the Tribulation Fire Sword. Each of them was as hot as the sun, able to easily melt steel and burn rocks. The 9 swords flew in the air and started to spin. Su Yun's hands quickly formed the sword art. The profound strength followed the changes in the sword art and surged out of his body, striking one of the swords, and finally, "Phoenix dances in skies!" Su Yun roared. One of the 9 swords flew out, igniting a large amount of flames as it flew towards Imperial Lady Hai Min in the form of a phoenix. The phoenix's posture was arrogant as it looked down upon the 9 heavens and the world. It was unstoppable as if everything in this world was nothing more than the sand beneath its feet and its eyes, insignificant. His aura was too strong. Feeling the unimaginably high temperature, Imperial Lady Hai Min's expression changed drastically. She retreated and spun the trident in her hand quickly. A large amount of seawater and bubbles formed a huge turtle shell around her. But it was all in vain. Bang! The phoenix attacked, and a violent explosion rang out. The tortoise shell was instantly shattered like paper, and the terrifying fire phoenix struck Imperial Lady Hai Min's body, sending her flying and crashing into the sea. When she got up, she spat out blood from the corner of her mouth. I never thought that Su Yun would have such a terrifying, profound skill. Yemo Xian stared blankly at all of this, his eyes filled with disbelief. This kind of destructive power far surpassed that of a 6th grade spirit master. But he didn't know that Su Yun was only about to step into the 6th grade. Su Yun didn't hesitate at all. Taking advantage of the fact that Imperial Lady Hai Min hadn't gotten up yet, he took a step forward and charged forward. With a wave of his hand, all the remaining swords stabbed towards Imperial Lady Hai Min. Imperial Lady Hai Min was forced into a dead end. If she continued to hold back, she would only die. She tightened her scaly face and looked at Su Yun coldly. She roared in a low voice, "Don't look down on me too much. Since you're so aggressive, don't blame me for being impolite." As the sound of her voice faded, a strange beast roar suddenly burst out from Imperial Lady Hai Min's body. The approaching Su Yun and the flying swords were all blasted away. Su Yun held onto the Tribulation Fire Sword and retreated repeatedly. He stared at Imperial Lady Hai Min and saw a large amount of white light flickering on her body. There were about 20 of these light dots, and they were moving quickly on her shoulders, chest, lower abdomen, joints, and other places. Sometimes they were alternating, and sometimes they were fused into one. Waves of unexplainable magical power began to swirl around her body. Oh no, this is the 72 star strikes. Su Yun, quick, hurry up and interrupt her attack. Otherwise, once she finishes her attack, everything will be over. Ling Qingyu shouted anxiously. 72 star strikes. Interrupt? I'm afraid not. Imperial Lady Hai Min said coldly. A golden incense shadow suddenly appeared on her chest. This incense shadow was burning at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the incense shadow burned to the bottom, all the white spots on her body turned golden. The attack was ready. It's over. Ling Qingyu's expression was extremely ugly. Her eyes widened as she looked at Imperial Lady Hai Min. She muttered, using the 72 star strikes, and then using an acceleration-type magic treasure to accelerate, greatly shortening the charging time. This way, there won't even be a chance to interrupt. At this point, Ling Qingyu suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and shouted at Su Yun. Su Yun, hurry up and leave. Go. Su Yun frowned. Before he could say anything else, Imperial Lady Hai Min had already arrived. She raised the trident in her hand, twisted her body, and stabbed forward with the halberd. In an instant, the halberd turned into 72 afterimages, and with the momentum of a falling star, it smashed towards the 72 acupuncture points on Su Yun's body. 72 afterimages fell at the same time. This speed was unimaginably fast. 72 star strikes? Isn't this the famous skill of the star Heavenly Sovereign? Could it be that Imperial Lady Hai Min was lucky enough to receive guidance from the star Heavenly Sovereign and obtained this terrifying, profound skill? When Yi Ma Xian, who had an ugly expression on his face, saw this scene, hope reignited on his face. He looked at this side with excitement. 72 star strikes required 72 strikes to be launched in an instant. Every 72 strikes would consume a star point on one's body, and all 72 star points would be released within 5 seconds. Moreover, the power of each strike was extremely terrifying. In other words, Imperial Lady Hai Min would launch a total of 5,184 strikes in an instant, and each strike would be as powerful as breaking dry weeds. No matter how powerful a person was, they would be turned into ashes in front of this move. This was a sure kill attack, and the outcome would be decided by this one attack. Yi Maxian stared at Imperial Lady Hai Min and couldn't help but smile. He thought that the plan would fail, but he didn't expect Imperial Lady Hai Min to give him such a big surprise. So. The halberd shadows that filled the sky instantly enveloped Su Yun. Light flickered between the halberd shadows, and stars leaped about. It was incomparably magical and beautiful. The sound of stars shuttling could be heard. Su Yun's body seemed to have turned into a galaxy. A large number of light spots flickered, and it was very beautiful. In an instant, 72 strikes. One strike, heaven and earth were destroyed, and the sun and moon withered. Peerless ferocity, unparalleled in the world. But just as he was about to unleash the 72 star strikes, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Clang! It was as if a porcelain bowl had been broken in a quiet room, and a huge rock had fallen from an empty valley. The sound was abrupt, unimaginably abrupt. In the midst of the explosion of the stars, it was like an intruder catching people off guard. Yi Maxian and Ling Qingyu hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. However, a shocking scene appeared. A white sword suddenly appeared in between the trident, blocking its attack and completely stopping it. And the 72 star strikes was also forcefully interrupted. This is impossible. Yi Maxian's eyes were round as he muttered. It's a lie, right? How could this guy interrupt the 72 star strikes? Ling Qingyu's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Unless his speed could reach 1,000 swords per second, and each sword was infused with profound qi. Could it be that he could already do this? Before Imperial Lady Hai Min, who was holding onto the trident, could say anything, she saw Su Yun suddenly kick her fiercely. Bang! Imperial Lady Hai Min was kicked flying and fell down once again. The advantages and disadvantages from before had been dramatically reversed in an instant. Su Yun attacked like the wind, sweeping his sword toward Imperial Lady Hai Min. Imperial Lady Hai Min was shocked and terrified. She immediately threw away the trident in her hand and turned to run into the Songlan River. Su Yun's speed was extremely fast. She didn't have time to dodge, and the blazing tribulation fire sword cut off one of her arms. Imperial Lady Hai Min screamed miserably, but she didn't dare to stay any longer. She endured the pain and wanted to enter the Songlan River. But how could Su Yun let her do as she wished? He immediately pushed his speed to the limit. He was even faster than the wind and instantly landed in front of Imperial Lady Hai Min. He grabbed her neck and lifted her to the shore. He threw her to the ground, and the blazing tribulation fire sword directly pressed against her neck. Her arm was cut off by the tribulation fire sword. Imperial Lady Hai Min only had one hand left. At this moment, she was completely powerless to fight against Su Yun. The outcome had been decided. I'll only give the two of you one day to remove the yin-yang life binding curse from Huairou Gong. If you don't remove it after a day, then I can only apologize to Huairou Muyu. You can only die with Huairou Gong. Su Yun said coldly. Yi Mo Xian and Imperial Lady Hai Min's expressions changed as they looked at Su Yun in fear. He wasn't joking, and he wouldn't joke anymore. He actually didn't care about Huairou Gong's life or death. If it wasn't for Huairou Muyu, he would have entered Beiyang long ago. Under Su Yun's tyrannical pressure, Imperial Lady Hai Min had no choice but to obey. In the end, she obediently began to remove the yin-yang life binding curse. It wasn't difficult to remove, nor did it take 3 days, nor did it require anyone's cooperation. After all, she was the one who cast it. Moreover, she wouldn't casually joke around with her own life. If she didn't remove it, once Huairou Gong died, Imperial Lady Hai Min would also have to die with her. 6 hours later, under Yi Mo Xian and Su Yun's gaze, Imperial Lady Hai Min's body emitted a large amount of bright light. After the light disappeared, she slowly opened her eyes and weakly said to Su Yun, "All right, the yin-yang life binding curse on Huairou Gong has been removed." "All right." Su Yun nodded and said to Imperial Lady Hai Min, "Since you're my enemy, I won't kill you just to repay Yi Mo Xian's kindness. Hurry up and go back. Thank you for not killing me, Lord." Imperial Lady Hai Ming hurriedly bowed to Su Yun, Then with a swish, she rushed into the Tsanglan River and disappeared. The departure of Imperial Lady Hai Min completely extinguished the last trace of hope in Yimo Xian's eyes. Su Yun sat down cross-legged, removed the power of the heavenly crystal, took out a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Qingyu, help me look after Yimo Xian. I'll temporarily recover my strength." "All right." Ling Qingyu nodded. At this moment, both of Yimo Xian's arms were broken and his entire body was riddled with wounds. He no longer had any fighting power and could not pose any threat at all. After an unknown period of time, Su Yun opened his eyes again. He stood up and stretched his body. He felt that the aura in his body was great, and the aftereffects of using the heavenly crystal were also very small. He immediately grabbed Yimo Xian, who was still lying in front of the rock, and flew into the air, charging into the distance. Where are you taking me now?" Yimo Xian, who was carried by Su Yun like a bag, said weakly. "Wu Yi City," Su Yun said calmly. Chapter 495. It would take about half a day to get back to Wu Yi City from the Tsanglan River. When Su Yun arrived at the city, it was already the day that Green Ghost King and the Huairo family had agreed on. Due to Yimo Xian's disappearance, Green Ghost King didn't dare to show himself. He was worried that something bad would happen to Yimo Xian. The curse on Huairo Gong's body had been lifted. Without Huairo Gong's trump card, Green Ghost King definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, this way, Huairo Muyu would be able to use the Sacred Heart without restraint. However, this didn't mean that Green Ghost King would give up. When Su Yun carried Yimo Xian and rushed to Wu Yi City, the entire city had already fallen into a raging inferno. The city had long been in chaos. A large number of strange black existences were crazily killing in the city. Some of these existences had horns on their heads and looked like cows. Some had huge mouths filled with steel teeth. Some were covered with scales, tentacles, and some had 3 heads and 6 arms. There were all sorts of strange things, and all of them emitted a powerful demonic aura that filled the entire Wu Yi city. Seeing this, Su Yun frowned. He had also vaguely heard that the planes that the ultimate martial world was linked to were all high-level planes, such as the true devil realm, the true demon realm, the true ghost realm, and so on. For example, the spirit demon princess Mu Yi, if she was strong enough and had the opportunity, she could enter the true demon realm and obtain even more powerful spirit demon energy. The true devil realm was the same. Powerful demons could enter the true devil realm and obtain even more powerful spirit demon energy, transforming into the most terrifying demon king. In fact, this wasn't the first time Su Yun had heard of the true devil realm. In his previous life, he had already heard of it. However, he had only heard of it and didn't know anything else. That was during his time in the Devil's Sect. By chance, he had heard a supreme expert of the Devil's Sect mention it when he was chatting with another supreme expert. One of them was chatting about the other supreme expert's recent situation, but he was told that he had already entered the true devil realm to further his studies and would never return. Su Yun had thought that the true devil realm was just some kind of secret realm, but he didn't expect it to be another plane. But then again, if that was the case, didn't that mean that the Devil's Sect also had a branch in the true devil realm? Or could it be that the Devil's Sect in the Sky Martial Continent was the branch and the real Devil's Sect had always been in the true devil realm? Forget it, why think so much? He was no longer a member of the Devil's Sect. Su Yun let out a breath and stared at the monsters in Wu Yi City. He picked up Yimo Xian and said in a deep voice, "Are these guys the work of Green Ghost King?" "It's the devil army under Master's command," Yimo Xian said weakly. "Devil army?" "They're demonic creatures that Master has collected over the years. They have low intelligence and are easy to control. Every day, Master feeds them live demons and brainwashes them, making them work for Master. Most of the Green Ghost Palace's power is made up of these demonic creatures. It seems like your Master is really a scumbag." Su Yun snorted. In the ultimate martial world, there was no difference between demons and humans. The people here did not reject demons and evil. Even if the people from the true devil realm entered the ultimate martial world, they would not be attacked. Suyin didn't say anything else. He grabbed Yimashian and rushed towards the Huairo mansion. The devil army gathered around the Huairo mansion. There were about 7,000 of them. They were densely packed together like a swarm of locusts. The strength of the devil army varied. Although the weakest was only at the 1st grade of Spirit Master, the strongest was at the 6th grade of Spirit Master. Many experts of Wuyi City and the guards of the Huairo family blocked the surroundings of the Huairo mansion, stopping the attack of the devil army. However, everyone was struggling. For some reason, many of the peerless existences in the past felt powerless today. Su Yun scanned the entire city and realized that there was a faint layer of fog around the city. There was profound energy surging within the fog. It must be the work of the Green Ghost King. To be able to use such a profound skill in a large city, it could be seen how powerful the Green Ghost King was. At this time, a large amount of black gas floated in the sky. These black gas were like tadpoles swimming in the air. In the end, they gathered into a ball and turned into a huge and terrifying ghost face. It was the Green Ghost King. The people of the Huairo family all looked up into the sky. Huairo family, today is the day of your death. Obediently give up. If you are willing to submit to me and hand over what should belong to me, I can give face to Huairo Zongjian and not kill all of you. If you are still stubborn, then the word Huairo will be removed from this world. The huge, terrifying ghost face let out the magnificent voice of the Green Ghost King. Green Ghost King, don't even think about it. Do you think our Huairo family will give in to you so easily? Bah! If you have the ability, then show your true body and fight with me for 300 rounds. Let me see how strong you really are. A thick and angry roar came out, only to see an old man wearing a plain yellow robe fly out from the Huairo mansion. The old man was thin and small. He was extremely short, only about 1.5 meters tall. He had wrinkled skin and white hair, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit, and his aura was very strong. Huairo Ding? When Yimo Xian saw the old man, he was immediately shocked. Huairo Muyu's grandfather? Huairo Ding. Su Yin said, if Huairo Ding came, then everything would be easy. It was said that he didn't like business, but liked martial cultivation. His strength wasn't simple. He took a deep breath, grabbed Yimo Xian, and flew straight over. Who are you? When the 2 Huairo family guards saw Su Yun flying over, they immediately came out to stop him. I'm Su Yun, get out of the way. Su Yun shouted and released his aura, shaking the 2 guards away. Then, he grabbed Yimo Xian and fell towards the Huairo mansion. This movement attracted the attention of the Huairo family. They all raised their heads to look at the person flying over. When they saw who it was, they cried out in surprise. That's Yimo Xian and Su Yun. Why is Yimo Xian like this? Could it be that he has already been captured by Su Yun? Su Yun, Huairo Muyu shouted. Su Yun was as fast as the wind as he landed in front of the mansion and threw Yimo Xian to the ground. Yimo Xian fell to the ground, but he didn't move at all, as if he was a dead man. He knew that today he had no way out. The upper echelons of the Huairo family all rushed over. Everyone looked at the miserable Yimo Xian with both of his arms broken, but none of them felt any pity. They were all filled with righteous indignation and anger. Yimo Xian, you heartless thing, to think that my big brother treated you as his own son. I didn't expect you to harm him. Huairo Muyu's second uncle scolded angrily. This person's heart is like a snake and scorpion, cold-blooded and heartless. How can such a thing have the face to live in this world? Another middle-aged woman also cursed. She was Huairo Muyu's 4th aunt. He's simply an animal. How can such a person be so vicious? Big brother has raised an ingrate all these years. The people around them cursed incessantly, and some even spat at Yimo Xian. It could be seen how much everyone hated him. However, Yimo Xian's eyes were blank as he laid on the ground motionlessly. I heard that you gave Gong, or the Yin-Yang life binding curse, right? Huairo Ding walked over with a gloomy face and looked coldly at Yimo Xian. He was a straightforward person, and he hated people who repaid kindness with enmity the most. If it wasn't for his son's face, he would have torn this person to pieces right now. Seeing that Yimo Xian didn't say anything, Huaro Ding kicked him. Little bastard, when this is over, this old man will definitely refine you. Huaro Gong was currently in the most complicated mood. He looked at Yimo Xian, whose face was ashen, and opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Thousands of words turned into a sigh. As his brother's son, Yimo Xian had always treated him as his own son, but he didn't expect this person to be so ambitious that he would even harm him. Brother, it's not that I'm unjust to you. Huaro Gong shook his head lightly, looked at the sky, and muttered softly. Huaro Muyu quickly walked over and asked with concern, Suyin, are you all right? Why did you disappear for a few days? I sent people to search inside and outside of Wuyi City, but I couldn't find any trace of you. Where did you go? I want to get Yimo Xian to remove the yin-yang life-binding curse. Su Yun said, This curse has been removed? Huaro Muyu was stunned. Everyone was extremely shocked as they looked at Su Yun in unison. If the curse on Huaro Gong's body was removed, then everything would be much easier. That's right. Su Yun nodded. No wonder. Huaro Gong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Faintly, I suddenly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from my shoulders. So it wasn't my misconception, but the curse seal had been removed. Little friend Su, I have to thank you for your help this time. With that, Huaro Gong cupped his hands towards Su Yun. No need. I'm only doing this for Muyu. Su Yun said calmly, then turned his head to look at the ghost face in the sky. Yimo Xian is already like this. Your Huaro family can deal with him as you wish. Now that the curse has been removed, I think it should be easy to get rid of this green ghost king with the sacred heart, right? Ha, of course. The divine item passed down by my Huaro ancestors is naturally something that cannot be compared to. Huaro Ding laughed as he walked over and nodded at Su Yun. Kid, your name is Su Yun, right? Not bad. Not bad. Our Huaro family owes you a favor this time. Previously, the Huaro family was still in danger, but with Su Yun's arrival, everything changed so quickly. How could they not be happy? How could they not be excited? Green Ghost King, your end is here. Let's see what other tricks you have this time. The people of the Huaro family no longer had any scruples. They all looked at the ferocious ghost face in the sky with determination. Green Ghost King didn't say anything for a long time. The ghost face kept looking at Yimo Xian on the ground. After a long time, he finally opened his mouth. Yimo Xian, when he first came to find me, I could tell at a glance that he was a useless piece of mud. I didn't expect him to be right. You bastard. Yimo Xian looked at the sky weakly and cursed. Originally, according to our plan, the Huaro family was within our reach, but you were worried that after the plan succeeded, I would take over the Huaro family, so you snuck into Wuyi City in advance, wanting to use your own methods to seize the Sacred Heart and control me and the Huaro family. But you overestimated yourself, and even more so, you underestimated me. I did everything for revenge, and I didn't care about the Huaro family, but you didn't believe me. Yimo Xian, how is it? Does it feel good to lose everything? Green Ghost King said coldly. Yimo Xian didn't say anything, but his teeth were about to shatter. But in that split second, the ghost face in the sky suddenly dispersed and quickly turned into a huge black door. Then, a dark figure came out of the door and rushed towards Yimo Xian with lightning speed. A trash like you doesn't deserve to stay in this world. The roar was sudden and unexpected. This figure was Green Ghost King. His hand formed a claw, and a pitch-black evil aura wrapped around his 5 fingers tightly. It was extremely sharp. The people of the Huaro family all tensed up. But just as Green Ghost King suddenly attacked, he suddenly turned his sharp claws and aimed them at Huaro Gong, who was at the side. Could it be that his goal was Huaro Gong? Did he want to take advantage of this time to get rid of Huaro Gong? Chapter 496. Don't be too arrogant. Huaro Ding was the first to make a move. His withered arms were suddenly covered with a thick layer of steel. It was incomparably heavy. He swung his arms and smashed towards the sharp claws. However, The Green Ghost King didn't care about the most experienced existence in the Huayro family. With a shout, a demonic soul emerged from his body and roared in all directions. All the experts of the Huayro family were forced to retreat. Huayro Gong's expression tensed up. He immediately took out his magic treasure, and a huge Taotai statue flew out from behind him. When the statue appeared, it immediately turned into a living creature and swallowed Green Ghost King. However, just as the Taotai swallowed it, its body exploded. Green Ghost King's entire body was overflowing with a large amount of demonic energy. These demonic energy were like sharp blades, slashing in all directions. He was too strong. No matter what level an expert was, they were all ants in front of him. Whether it was the first grade of Spirit Master or the 7th grade, there was no difference in his eyes. Huayro Gong was shocked. He was just a merchant and wasn't strong. How could he be a match for Green Ghost King? Dad! Huayro Muyu roared anxiously and rushed over. At this moment, Huayro Ding's thin and weak body suddenly rushed over. He jumped into the air, and a large amount of steel appeared all over his body. In the end, he turned into a huge iron mountain and fell towards Green Ghost King. Dong! The iron mountain fell to the ground, and the earth trembled. Green Ghost King was temporarily suppressed. Don't hesitate anymore. Quickly use the Sacred Heart. At this moment, Huayro Ding's urgent voice came from within the Iron Mountain. The Sacred Heart was left behind by Ancestor Huayro to deal with Green Ghost King. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Huayro Miyu gritted her teeth and immediately took out the divine object that was glowing with divine light. When the profound energy was injected into the divine object bloomed like a lotus and shot out a colorful light that shot straight into the clouds. In an instant, the entire sky suddenly turned colorful, and a large amount of golden light shone down from the clouds. The scene was vast and shocking, magnificent and magnificent. But just then, Su Yun's face suddenly changed. He shouted, "Mu Yu, don't." What? Huayro Mu Yu was startled. The iron mountain formed by the Huayro cauldron shook, and the earth trembled. Not good. Green Ghost King is coming out. Huayro Gong's expression changed. Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry. Kill Green Ghost King. Quick. Huayro Ding's hysterical voice rang out. When Huayro Muyu heard this, she gritted her teeth and no longer hesitated. The Sacred Heart in her hand exploded like an exploding crystal, splitting into billions of fragments. With Huayro Muyu as the center, they quickly rotated, and strange sounds came out, as if fairies were singing in the dark. Huayro Muyu looked around quietly. At that moment, she was extremely calm and felt that she was surrounded by an extremely strong sense of security. The cracked fragment of the Sacred Heart quickly floated into the air. It faced the golden light and entered the colorful sky, finally disappearing without a trace. But soon, boom! A heaven-shaking explosion erupted from the sky. Following that, a large number of resplendent lines appeared in the seven-colored sky. These lines quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, they expanded into an incomparably huge formation. The center of the formation was facing the Green Ghost King, who was being suppressed by the Huayro cauldron below Wuyi City. Is this the Sacred Heart? Huayro Gong stared blankly at the mysterious sky and murmured, Green Ghost King, let's see how you escape this time. The Huayro cauldron increased the pressure of the Iron Mountain and used almost all of his strength. He was already staking it all on this one throw. But at this moment, a gloomy and complacent laughter suddenly sounded from below the Iron Mountain. Ha ha ha! Hearing this, Huayro Cauldron's expression changed slightly. What are you laughing at? I laugh at you for being too naive. I laugh at you for being too stupid. You actually think you can kill me like this? You're really dreaming. Ha ha ha! Before the laughter stopped, an indescribably powerful force suddenly exploded from the bottom of the Iron Mountain. Before Huayro Ding could react, he was knocked out of his status by the other party. He was directly sent flying and fell on a large house, directly shattering the house into pieces. When the Green Ghost King appeared, he saw his hands quickly forming seals, and a dense blue gas floated around his body. The blue gas immediately disappeared after it left his body, and he stood on the spot like a rock, motionless. Boom! Another loud sound erupted in the sky. From the center of the huge and resplendent formation, a ray of seven-colored light shot down towards the Green Ghost King below. The thick clouds were dispersed, and the profound chi was shattered. The light seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Whoosh! The Green Ghost King's body was engulfed by the light. The ground was directly pierced through, and a thick force swept out in all directions. A wave of deterrence gradually spread out. The surrounding people all trembled and their legs went limp, as if they would kneel down at any time. However, at this moment, no one from the Huayro family paid attention to this trembling feeling. Everyone's gazes were all focused on the place that was engulfed by the seven-colored light. Their eyes were wide open as they stared fixedly at that direction. I'm afraid there's nothing in this world that could defend against this destructive power. Even if the Green Ghost King has 3 heads and 6 arms, he definitely won't be able to defend against the power of the Sacred Heart. The purpose of the ancestor passing down this item was to guard against the Green Ghost King. Now that the Green Ghost King has died, because of the Sacred Heart, it can be considered as making the best use of it. Green Ghost King, let's see how you can do evil in the future. Voices of emotions emerged as people surrounded the place that was engulfed by the colorful light, venting the resentment in their hearts. After about half an incense stick of time, the seven-colored light gradually dissipated, and a pitch-black hole appeared there. No one knew how deep the hole was, but everyone knew that the Green Ghost King had completely disappeared. His body had been completely destroyed by the seven-colored light, and not even ashes remained. The strange scene in the sky also slowly collapsed, and everything began to return to normal. Is it over? The people from the Huayro family heaved a sigh of relief. Once the Green Ghost King died, everything would end. A large number of fragments fell from the sky and floated towards Huayro Muyu. They danced like snowflakes, and the scene was extremely beautiful. These were all fragments of the Sacred Heart. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a gloomy and complacent laughter suddenly burst out from the sky. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, only to see that the pitch-black door in the air had not disappeared. Moreover, a figure walked out from the door. This person had a long face and wore a green robe. His eyes were dark green, and his aura was surging. It was the Green Ghost King that the Huayro family feared. What? Huayro Ding, who was being supported out of the ruins, saw this scene and was instantly petrified. Could it be that Green Ghost King really has a backup plan? Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Green Ghost King actually didn't die? This is absolutely impossible. He actually didn't die after eating the Sacred Heart. Green Ghost King, what level of existence is he? Even the Sacred Heart can't do anything to him. What should we use to fight against this person? Damn it. The expressions of the people from the Huayro family changed drastically as they looked at the person in the sky in shock. Green Ghost King, who had been hit by the Sacred Heart, was actually safe and sound. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept this fact. As expected, Su Yun sighed and gently shook his head. The shocked Huayro Muyu suddenly turned her head and asked Su Yun, "Su Yun, did you notice something? What the hell is going on?" "Space imprint," Su Yun said in a low voice with a serious face. "When Green Ghost King was suppressed by her grandfather, Huayro Ding, I sensed a bit of the space imprint on his body. Did he use the space imprint to teleport away? This was impossible. Once the Sacred Heart locked onto a target, even if the other party fled to the ends of the earth, it would also kill them all. Escaping through teleportation was simply unrealistic. This is impossible." Huayro Muyu kept shaking her head, not believing this at all. However, Su Yun's next words made her completely silent. What if Green Ghost King didn't teleport his body, but his soul? Su Yun said solemnly. Just as Green Ghost King was about to be hit, Su Yun keenly saw that after he cast the incantation, his soul left his body and was teleported away. He turned his head to look at the green ghost king standing proudly in the sky and said indifferently, "If my guess is correct, this green ghost king's body is a new body. What the Sacred Heart destroyed was only his other physical body. He has prepared two corporeal bodies. In the end, the Huayro family is a bunch of idiots. Is this the only outsider who could see through it?" Green Ghost King smiled lightly and nodded at Su Yun. "Kid, you're right. After I was locked onto by the Sacred Heart, I did send my soul away and attached it to my current body. Do you think I've been waiting for death all these years? Did you always think I was hiding in the dark and living without a purpose? Hee, people of the Huayro family, you're wrong. All these years, I've already thought of a way to deal with the Sacred Heart. That body just now was created by me, and it actually doesn't have much cultivation, and this body is my real body. I know that once I appear, you guys will definitely use the Sacred Heart to kill me. So, I specially placed a space imprint to hide from your Sacred Heart. The Sacred Heart can only be used once, and now that you've used it up, I want to see what else you can use to fight against me. Ha ha ha! Today is the end of the Huayro family. Ha ha ha! Hearing this, Huayro Muyu's face turned deathly pale. He actually used this kind of method to deceive the Sacred Heart. Perhaps I will become the sinner of the Huayro family. Huayro Muyu took a deep breath, her eyes filled with bitterness. In her opinion, it was all her fault that Green Ghost King didn't die. This has nothing to do with you. Su Yin walked over, grabbed her arm, and pulled her out. Green Ghost King is powerful. It's impossible for us to stop him. Muyu, quickly leave this place with me. Su Yin, thank you very much for coming here to help my Huayro family. But now that my clansmen are all here, how can I leave alone? You should leave quickly. Green Ghost King has no enmity with you. He won't kill you. But if you stay here, you might not be able to. Huayro Muyu bit her lips and said. Su Yin opened his mouth and looked at Green Ghost King, his eyes flashing. But at this moment, the fragments of the Sacred Heart that landed around Huayro Muyu suddenly emitted a large amount of light. Then, the light quickly gathered together and formed a figure of light. What's going on? Green Ghost King stared at the figure of light and frowned. The surrounding Huayro family members all retreated, looking at this scene in surprise. Light flashed. Miracles continued. Strange energy bloomed here. A hearty voice came from the other side. Jinya, you idiot, do you really want my family to die? Are you jealous that I have a family? That's why you're doing this? I told you a long time ago to find a female cultivator with a big butt and have children, but unfortunately, you didn't listen. TSK, 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 TSK. When this voice fell, Green Ghost King was startled and then looked at the light shadow with a face full of shock. Zongjin, you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.